Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the February 8th, 2024 meeting of Cannabis Control Commission to order. The open portion of this meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and myself, Acting Chair Ava Concepcion, are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. This meeting is being recorded. Pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, I seek a motion to enter executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, may I have a second?
Second.
Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay. Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. I would like to ask that before you make your vote, you verbally affirm that you are alone and nobody can hear the deliberations. Commissioner Camargo?
I am alone and no one can hear my deliberations.
Commissioner Roy?
I, and I'm alone and no one can hear my deliberations.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I am also alone and no one can hear my deliberations.
And Chair Concepcion, I am also alone and no one can hear my deliberations. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. We will now transition into executive session. For the record, the individuals participating in the session will be the four commissioners, Acting Executive Director and Chief People Officer Deborah Hilton Creek, General Counsel Christina Gasson, Acting Deputy General Counsel Andrew Carter, and Legal Assistant Aviana Corrales Solis. And as a reminder, the commission will reconvene in open session. Thank you.
my God, I cannot, this is.
Okay. Betsy, do we need a countdown or I believe we're live? Okay. So we are now back in session and have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We'll begin with opening comments from commissioners and then the approval of 3 sets of minutes. Next, the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report. Before we proceed to staff license recommendations, there are 4 change of ownership application recommendations, 99 license renewal recommendations, 6 provisional license recommendations, 9 final license recommendations, 2 staff recommendations on responsible vendor training, and 1 staff recommendation on responsible vendor training renewals. There are 2 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. They are the acting executive director commission check-in and the safe and sanitary requirements for the processing of marijuana bulletin. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order and I will give my comments last. We will go reverse today. So Commissioner Stebbins, we'll begin with you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I am going to warn everybody that my opening comments will be a little lengthy as the past few weeks since our last meeting have been busy. I attended 2 industry roundtables and want to share with you all as much feedback as I can from those discussions. First, as I always do, I want to thank our licensing team, Director Potvin, for their assistance in renewing license applications. So appreciative of the team's ongoing commitment to innovate and never be content with the notion that I like to call this is the way we've always done it. So certainly appreciate the tremendous work of the team. We meet monthly to review license applications and renewals. And we are being mindful of conditions we attach to renewals and are following up to see that licensees are being compliant with those conditions. Secondly, I had the opportunity to visit New Dia Dispensary in Boston after attending, I believe it was an Eon event there just before the holidays. I know, Chair, you were at that event as well. Enjoyed the chance to speak with Ross Bradshaw and his team to see the operation and discuss some critical industry topics. As I mentioned, I had the opportunity to attend 2 roundtables since our last meeting. I just want to give you a rundown on those. The first roundtable was hosted by the new Mass Cannabis Coalition. Ryan Dominguez, who was recently appointed to the Social Equity Fund Advisory Board, is taking a leadership role with the coalition and hosted the event. I expect each of you will soon be receiving an invitation to attend roundtables hosted by the group. The attendees, as usual, went around the room and took the opportunity to discuss their topics of concern. I want to take a moment to share those topics with you, and they're really in no particular order. First, accounts receivable. Several attendees talk about past due payments from retailers. The process used by the ABCC, the Alcohol Beverage Control Commission, was discussed. Badging. Several comments about the badging requirements and badging to follow the person and not necessarily just the license operator. Advertising was raised as an issue. Consistent policy and updating guidance was discussed. Testing conformities, sample sizes, social consumption, property change regulations, the 2-driver rule was mentioned. Obviously, a big one was HCAs. Our message, or my message to the folks that day, was to encourage them to all weigh in on the draft model HCA that had just been put out for public comment. They expressed concerns about delays in renewals as part of that process if HCA is not compliant. There was also discussion of a proposed omnibus bill to, among other things, raise the daily purchase amount that they may mirror what some other jurisdictions are allowing. The second roundtable I attended was hosted by the Cannabis Business Association and was held at 253 Pharmacy Weed Dispensary in Turners Falls. By the way, both roundtables had a great turnout, and certainly appreciate the licensees who came from all over the state to attend. I had the chance to first tour the cultivation space, product manufacturing space, and dispensary prior to the roundtable. Again, to share just a quick rundown of the issues for all of you. First of all, HCA reform was a top topic again. We were joined at the meeting by the owner of Caroline's Cannabis, and they were in hand, and there was certainly strong acknowledgement about the recent judicial decision with respect to their host community impact fees. Again, I strongly encourage licensees to weigh in and offer their thoughts on the draft model HCA. Questions about what the CCC would consider allowable impacts. I stress that this is likely to vary by licensee and host community, and I expect we will build a body of work around the topic. Our hope is that a host community and a licensee can build out a strong relationship. Testing was discussed, and we had 2 labs attending the event. They complimented the commission for the recent testing bulletin that was released. They appreciate the effort to clarify our focus and relate it back to the regulations. There was a question about water activity in the language. The labs invited the commission to have further conversations about testing. The labs also brought up the 2-driver requirement as it impacts them, and they mentioned that they usually carry even less product than a courier or a delivery operator might be carrying. I realize we voted to remove the requirement for the courier and delivery operators, but we should have a policy discussion at some point about the requirements on labs and also concerns from third-party transporters. Additional topics included social consumption, consumer education around THC and how it relates to price, licensing caps, the upcoming regulatory promulgation period, and more transparency around fines. There was additional discussion about a proposed omnibus bill. The CBA has shared with me some further information after that meeting, and I forwarded that material to our Director of Government Affairs. Hopefully Matt can share it with all of you if you haven't seen it already. Some of the topics include raising the licensing cap, increasing the amount of product that can be purchased, discussion around aligning our social equity program policy with New Jersey's, as well as reducing multiple badging requirements. One final update on the topic of the accounts receivable, as we discussed at the last meeting, Commissioner Roy and I continue to work on the topic. We did meet with the ABCC about their delinquent payer guidelines and have received New York's cannabis regulations on the same topic. So we'll continue to work on the topic and hope to circle back with the whole commission at an upcoming meeting. Finally, I apologize, that was a lot, but I'm excited about the kickoff for the new SCP cohort. And have to say I was truly impressed by the new video that was produced by our team. So looking forward to the cohort kickoff and how commissioners can play a role in that. So sorry for that very lengthy opening comment. I'm not even sure that was a comment or a report, but thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and no need to apologize. I took notes because there were some really good highlights and information there, so thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief today. So thank you for my time. Good morning. Happy February to all. February may be the shortest month, but an important month, which also celebrates Black History Month and National Heart Health Month. I want to recognize the milestone we have all read recently with over 1.5 billion in annual adult sales. While cannabis continues to hold the mantle for the top crop in Massachusetts, it's also important to recognize not only our retailers, but the entire supply chain, which makes it possible to get to 1.5 billion from our cultivators to our product manufacturers and to our independent testing labs to ensure we have a safe supply chain. So I want to just recognize this important achievement and also recognize our retailers as well as the entire supply chain and our staff, which makes all of this possible. So thank you to everyone. I want to echo Commissioner Stebbins' statements around accounts receivable. We've really started to roll up our sleeves to tackle this issue. I too have done roundtables, and this is accounts receivable is presenting significant challenges in the Massachusetts cannabis industry, and other jurisdictions have taken steps to recognize and remedy this. So I'm grateful for our meeting with Chief Frederick Mahoney. He's the Massachusetts Alcohol Beverages Control Commission chief, and he really spent time with us to explain what the alcohol industry does in Massachusetts around accounts receivable. So I look forward to continuing this conversation as my counterparts, as we go into the community and we meet with shareholders and stakeholders. I believe this is going to be a recurrent theme that we're hearing and challenge that's currently they're facing. This past month, I had a wonderful opportunity to visit STEM in Haverhill, and I want to thank Caroline Pino for inviting me. She's an EEA and woman-owned business, and it was so great to spend time with her and her staff and learn about her civic-minded mission as well with Green Goddess. So I want to thank her, and I look forward to going back up to Haverhill, and I really enjoyed my time there. Next week, I look forward to, on February 21st, I look forward to giving a presentation at the Gardner Senior Center with our Constituent Services Director, Kathy Oliver Jones, to give an update on the both the adult use and medical use programs in Massachusetts. So I look forward to that. And finally, on a personal note, normally I wouldn't disclose my medical information, but I'm currently recovering from abdominal surgery that I had last week. So I just want folks to know that are watching that I'm going to hang in as long as possible for today's meeting. But if I'm not here for the duration, that is why. And I want to thank everyone for their well wishes. Thank you so much. And thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, and thank you for being here with us today. I know you.
Thank you.
We all know how hard you work, so we appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Roy, I'm going to say thank you for sharing like real life situations, because being here today is hard for a lot of folks, right? We all have life going on, and medical and family. So it's nice to hear that you're here and that you're recovering. And thank you for sharing that. I think January I started saying, or maybe December, that we need to take care of ourselves. We need to take time to rest, our mental health breaks, eat healthy. I think you said it's Heart Month as well this month. So it's very important for us to stay healthy in order to do this job. So thank you for those words. I'll definitely say, happy, Black History Month. It's unfortunate it's the shortest month and it's celebrated in February, but that's okay. There's so much to celebrate. And I think about Black History Month, and I also think about the war on drugs. And I think who was disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs and the politics and the policy. And it also brings me to what we're going to hear today in terms of our social equity program. The video that was released, I've put it out into the universe. In my personal opinion, I think it's an award-winning video. The message, the content, it's relevant, it's hip, it's innovative, it's dope, right? It is real. And I want to just thank the communications team and everyone else who was part of it. Anne Marie, I know that you were leading the vision of the program, and so many others, and I know we'll hear more and more about it today. That was a labor of love, but also a back and forth with vendors and people and legal and everything else. So it took a while. And I said this on my personal LinkedIn that, good things come to those who wait. So congratulations to the team. And I think when we think about the work that this commission has done, and we've all talked about the record sales of this commission, it took a lot of work to build this agency. And it's still taking a lot of work to make sure that this agency is maturing. But to me, this week, the Chronicle, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, Acting Chair Concepcion, congratulations on your participation on Chronicle. I think it was great to just see all the work that we're doing behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. It was also nice to see the social consumption piece. I was so excited because we get beat up a lot. And to just see that work and to see everything that the team has collectively been doing, it made me so proud to be a commissioner. It made me so proud to be here and to do the work that we do and fight every day how we fight. So I just want to say congratulations. And I think Tim Caputo on our team, I think, led the Chronicle. And Tim, if it wasn't you or if I'm giving credit to somebody, I apologize, but I think it was you. I just loved it. And I got to say, Chronicle is my favorite show. So I love watching it. I love watching it. So thank you for that. A little bit, I've been working with our legal team to edit the delivery regulations. So we will be meeting with compliance in the next few weeks. For those of you who are interested in the delivery and courier regs, it was really nice to just take them and edit them and sort of really just live vicariously through, what happened in December and then actually sitting there and writing and editing regs. So we'll talk to compliance in the next few weeks. And hopefully I'll have an update for the public in March in terms of those regulatory changes. And also I know that we have to have a larger conversation about just what does it look like for regs, the next few months. So I wanted to point that out. Commissioner Stebbins and I also had a great meeting with the Department of Public Health around social consumption and what that means. And just having those open lines of communication while we're developing the framework for social consumption. So I wanted to share that. I also want to just say congratulations. I know this happened a few weeks ago, but the Social Equity Trust Fund, finally applications opened up. That's a big deal. I think all of us here at the commission, former commissioners and current commissioners, and everyone who's been a commissioner here has been fighting for that Social Equity Trust Fund. So that's a big deal. I'm hoping that folks apply and something will come out of that. And Commissioner Stebbins, you talked a little bit about badging. And when I look at the record numbers of the industry and, where we're at now, record sales in the industry, we still have issues, we're working on that. But, there's double badging right, in the industry, and we think about our data, our numbers, our workforce development, I think about all the employees in this industry. But we because of this double badging, we still don't know how many actual employees work in this industry, and it's something that I think we should definitely look into it in the future. Because when I look at those numbers in terms of sales, and I think about the budget of the commission plus the workforce that this agency has developed, it's massive. So I just want to say, congratulations to everyone who's, been at the commission, past, present and future, because we really have put a lot of work. And I feel that the last couple of weeks it's just been so rewarding to see all of it, really come together. So I know I was a little winded, but I really wanted to share all that. So thank you so much. And Commissioner, Chair Concepcion, pass it on to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. It is nice going last because a lot of like the feeling it's the same. I'm going to echo Commissioner Stebbins in saying a lot of things are ditto. First, happy Black History Month to us all. I also was really blown away by the Faces of Equity, the footage that was compiled, the messaging that's out there. I urge anyone out who's listening, anyone internally, externally, if you haven't already seen this video, I just implore you to check it out, because I was really proud of the work, and I just wanted to just commend everyone who worked on that. We always get into this space during our public meetings and we talk about how phenomenal the team is here, and the staff that are really dedicated, but you feel it. That is next level. So I was really, really happy. I've shown it to everyone in my house at this point. It's on, on YouTube, so it's been on my screen. But I also wanted to reiterate that cohort 4 of our social equity program, the applications are open. It's open until April 30th, and it is the cornerstone of a lot of the equity work for licensees, potential licensees, and people who are really interested in cannabis. So this is a really good opportunity, and I just wanted to make sure to echo that and make sure that that's front and center, top of mind for people, because there is a time frame and it will end on April 30th. So I just encourage anyone out there who is interested, who qualifies under our criteria, to apply. The other thing I wanted to highlight, and I wanted to really acknowledge, is our government affairs team. Because they've been really busy, and it's really been awesome to see them working and their commitment as well. As Commissioner Stebbins, there was one event, Mass Eon, that's a little bit separate, but I was with the government affairs team during the MMA's annual meeting, so the Massachusetts Municipal Association meeting. And there were a lot of questions about what we're doing here at the Cannabis Control Commission, particularly around Chapter 180, the changes around host community agreements, a lot of positive interactions, a lot of questions, and it seems like people were really happy to have the Cannabis Control Commission present and being able to be there on the ground to answer any questions. And I just want to thank the MMA for having the CCC, and we look forward to doing it again. I also wanted to highlight, and this should also be included in some of the government affairs updates that have happened in the last month since our last public meeting, is our acting executive director, Debbie Hilton Creek, our director of government affairs, and myself. We had the opportunity to sit down and meet with Senate Ways and Means Chair Rodericks, and it was a really good meeting. And I want to thank the team here, but I also wanted to thank the Senate Chair for having us and for all of the positive words that he had as well. And we also had the opportunity to meet with the chairs of the Cannabis Committee, so Chair Donahue and Chair Gomez, to talk about cannabis overall, the agency, but also prepare for the State of Cannabis, which is that event where we go to the State House, where we have our team come forward, kind of go through the ins and outs and answer any questions that people may have. And I wanted to convey to my fellow commissioners that people at the State House are seeing the work that we're doing. There was a lot of just keep up the good work, keep up, the commitment to our jobs. Commissioner Stebbins, you said at the beginning of the year, do your job. And it's just that's what we're doing. That's what we're here for. We're regulators. We're here to really put our best foot forward. And it's really evident by the materials that are produced here, by the communications that we have here internally and externally, and by the commissioners. I think that it goes without saying that each one of us are really just out there, committed to the overall mission of Cannabis Control Commission. So I wanted to tip my head off to all of my fellow commissioners as well, because I see you all and I love to see it, because we're here for a reason. This is not a job where you just stop at 5 o'clock and you just go home and stop. It's just not that type of job. So there's an attachment to the work that we do here. There's a commitment to the mission. And I'm really proud to be alongside of you all, because I see it. And Commissioner Roy is here today when, she's already disclosed what's happening, but she's still committed to being here today to make sure that the work continues to get done. And I think that that's telling within itself too. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins, everything that you all have been doing. I've heard a lot about, social consumption, the interest, but also the communication on that standpoint as well. I know that you're out there because I'm hearing from other people who are within the space saying that they're hearing from you all. And I want to thank you for that. I also wanted to just give a couple highlights of what's to come. We have another meeting that will be added for the month of February, and that's because of the Model HCA. So we'll be talking about the Model HCA as well as the corresponding guidance for that. There will also be a conversation on around the sale of non-marijuana products in licensed establishments, particularly around the topic of lottery ticket sales. And I'll reference this again towards the tail end of our meeting today too, but I wanted to say that at the top half so people are familiar with what's to come in that next conversation. And the last thing I will say, and this is a discussion topic that's on today's agenda, is around worker safety. Towards the tail end of in December of 2023, I mentioned that I wanted to focus more on worker safety, working more with our colleagues in other agencies like the Department of Public Health, as well as with the federal government, with OSHA, and really understanding how we can promote better messaging, how we can get more information out to people about what they should be doing, as well as giving workers the information they need to understand the protections that are in place. So I'm happy that we will have that part, that as a part of today's conversation is the bulletin that I was really happy to see. And it's a continuation on the conversation around worker safety. So with that said, that concludes my own opening statements. I will now, the next item on the agenda is minutes for approval. So we have 3 sets of minutes from September 19th, 2023, September 21st, 2023, and September 29th, 2023 public meetings. So I'll begin with the September 19th, 2023 meeting minutes. Were there any questions or comments on the September 19th, 2023 minutes? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the September 19th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. The next set of minutes we have is for the September 21st, 2023 meeting. Are there any questions or comments on this set of minutes? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the September 21st, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Roy and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Last, we have the September 29th, 2023 meeting minutes. Are there any questions or comments on this set of minutes? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the September 29th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor, none opposed. Okay, and that brings us to the next section of today's agenda, and that's the Acting Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. So I will now turn it over to the Acting Executive Director, Deborah Hilton Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I would be remiss if I didn't apologize for the technical difficulties that I've been having this morning. Hopefully, I won't experience any of those difficulties throughout the rest of the meeting. But I will jump into my report, and hopefully, since some of this has already been covered, that I can give back some time. So I would also like to say, in recognition of Black History Month and the impact that it has had on our commitment, in terms of diversity and inclusion, I think, we, as an agency, we are a very diverse agency. And so I would like to recognize Black History Month as well. So I, echo the previous comments about Black History Month and how it has brought us to where we are now in terms of diversity and inclusion. So with that said, I will go into the December report. Sorry, December 23 report of record-breaking sales. And I just want to emphasize that. This is another way for us to look at how highly productive our staff and our agency as a whole has been, and the contributions that we make towards, seeing record-breaking sales. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to commissioners, to the staff, to our external partners who, we have to work with regularly and within the industry. And I am so amazed at what is happening in the industry right now. And being a newcomer to the commission and seeing all of this makes me also very proud. So our FY25 budget request update. So basically we're in the process of, making, doing the outreach or conducting outreach with our legislators and having the conversation about what our needs are for 2025. We're hoping that the next round of perhaps meetings and contact will be coming up maybe sometime in March. I am not sure. And final budget is likely to be signed in July of 2024. So looking forward to that. As you know, we had already had the initial ask, and so we're hoping to continue with that ask and hoping to, get as close as we possibly can to the budget that we're seeking to continue with our operations for the next year. Any questions about the budget? Okay. So the executive director search, I just want to give a shout out to all the staff. We conducted the HR department conducted some engagement activities around the search for the executive director. We included the entire agency, our entire workforce, and I am just so amazed at the phenomenal response that we received. We had near 90% participation, and that is with considering a margin of error of 3%. So this response was phenomenal. You typically wish that you would get 50%, but getting nearly 90% participation is absolutely encouraging. And it shows that, you know, once again, the staff is engaged, you know, people are committed to the mission, they are committed to the work that they do. And so we cannot even come close to saying how much we appreciate the effort that's put into all of the activities that, you know, go on within the commission. Draft recruitment documents for the ED search will be hopefully finalized by this Friday. And we've also began the first step in procurement for an external contractor. The external contractor, again, all depends on whether or not we are, you know, if we're able to accommodate applicants and candidates internally, we will look at doing that. But this is an exercise to get us to the point where if we have to go with an external contractor, then we have that option available to us. I am pleased to announce that we are welcoming two new team members to our team. And I'm excited about that because these are key roles that we had been recruiting for. The Chief Financial and Accounting Officer role, we have made an offer to one of the candidates that we interviewed, phenomenal individual. I have to say that we were assisted in the recruitment and interview process by the CFO at the Gaming Commission. And I can't say thank you enough to Derek for participating in that process. And so the CFO has accepted, our new CFO has accepted the role. Unfortunately, I cannot provide the names of the individuals that were hired because we're giving them the professional courtesy of working through their notices as they prepare to join us. So hopefully the next meeting, and I should say even well before the next meeting, we will be releasing the names of our new CFAO and our new budget director. So thank you to everyone who participated in that process, the interview panel. You know, this had been an exciting process. We were so excited to meet with these candidates, and we're even more excited to welcome them on board. Organizational development and change management. As you know, we're going through a transformation at the agency. We're growing. We're also, you know, we've seen leaders depart. We're in the search for a new leader. And so just to you know, make the public aware that there are changes that are occurring within the agency, and hopefully sometime in the near future, we can provide some sort of a plan in terms of how we're going to address these changes. And making sure that when we look at changes and we plan for changes and we implement changes, that we are making changes and we're not, you know, staying the same. And I know that's a little bit of an oxymoron, but sometimes it does happen in organizations where, you know, changes are occurring, but we're still staying the same. So unfortunately for us in growing, you know, there are a number of areas that that really impact growth that we need to, you know, focus on. And so hopefully in the coming months, we will have some sort of a plan on how we're going to address some of these changes and the challenges that come, you know, with them. Any questions? Okay, great.
Commissioner Carmichael.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much.
Yes.
For this update. Just out of curiosity, your next slide, is it more updates? Do you want to go to that, or do you want me to ask questions about this slide? How would you prefer?
Oh, you can ask questions before we move on.
Okay. So, in terms of the onboarding key roles, congratulations, first of all, to everybody, because I know recruiting and interviewing is a lengthy process. But you did mention that we had some support from someone at the Gaming Commission, and that there was an interview panel. Can you share who was part of the interview panel and the process for these two roles?
Sure. So the interview panel consisted of internal staff, and as I mentioned, a representative of the Gaming Commission. And one of the reasons that we did that was because we wanted to make sure that we have the level of expertise that is required when you are recruiting for high-level roles. And so this participation was extremely important to us. Because we wanted to make sure we were getting the right candidates for the roles that we are interviewing. And the other thing I should say is that sometimes getting top talent means that the process may take a little bit longer. And because it's harder for us when we make decisions to bring someone in only because we need a body in that role. This is not the way that the commission operates. We want to bring in top talent, and so we take the time. So it really was beneficial to the agency as a whole for us to participate in an interview process where we could get some additional insight regarding the level of expertise that we needed in this particular search.
Thank you for that, Debbie. And maybe offline, you don't have to tell us right now, but I would be curious, just as a former treasurer, I would be curious who else internally was on that review panel. Just for my own knowledge. It's okay. I mean, you can either share it now. So you don't have to. Yeah.
Oh, I can share it now. Okay. I don't mind. So the internal panel, myself, acting general. Oh. He's not acting general counsel anymore. He is acting deputy general counsel. Andrew Carter was also a part of that process.
So just you two?
And just the two of us internally, and Derek from the Gaming Commission.
Okay, all right. No, that's good to know. And I only asked Debbie because the CFA role, just like sort of the CPO role and some of the other roles have commissioners have participated. So because I didn't hear it or understand, this is good to know. And I know we have a lot going on. So thank you for that. And I think it was a good idea as well to, bring someone from the commission, from the Gaming Commission to help in that process. I'll just remind, we're going through a lot of these processes. We're here as commissioners, and we're also willing to participate in some of these review panels. So thank you for that. My other question is on the restructuring efforts to maximize resources and create efficiencies. What does that exactly mean from your perspective right now? I don't know what that means exactly in terms of that.
Okay, I'd be happy to talk a little bit about that. So because of all the changes that are going on in the agency, and, it's evident that we are in a transformation stage right now. As I had mentioned in previous meetings, talking about restructuring the agency to become more efficient and to maximize our resources, this just really means taking a look at our systems and processes, taking a look at, are we utilizing our talents appropriately? I think this had been, mentioned at a couple other public meetings where I had talked about, us needing to having the commission needing to take a look at this. So this is where this is coming from. I just wanted to make sure that we keep this front and center because, as we recruit for an executive director, as we recruit for, top talent and to fill key roles, that we're keeping in mind that there are other challenges within the agency that we need to address, challenges that are coming with growth and development and changes. And also to, this also aligns with that first presentation I made at a public meeting about the growth and development of our staff, providing our staff opportunities to promotional opportunities and opportunities to continue their careers with the agency. So all of this, and again, I understand that, there are questions around the AED role and the CPO role, and I just don't want to forget the CPO side of this. That those two, they do align, and I just don't want us to forget that there's impact that comes with change and organizational growth and development. So that's where I'm coming from with that.
If I may.
Sure.
Yeah, Debbie, thank you. I see your CPO hat. Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for saying that, because I think as a commissioner, my focus, and I know we'll talk about this a little later, our focus right now is to find an executive director, someone who can really manage this agency and have the vision to lead us forward in this sort of transition process that we have from, a lot of founding members of the agency to, to the next generation of this agency. So for me personally, when I read something like this and I don't have the full sort of understanding, it does send a red flag for me, because, in terms of restructuring right now, that's a big effort. But how you explained it and sort of giving us a little bit of the background helps me understand what you're thinking from a HR perspective, but also for our team and our staff, who, always wonders what's happening, what's moving, what are we doing? Are we keeping our jobs? Are they, what's happening? So this is really helpful to hear and to understand. So thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. As the newly elected treasurer, this is exciting news to have a new CFAO and budget director. And I want to thank Danielle and Quay for manning the ship during this time. And they had done tremendous work. And I want to thank you, Debbie, for out of the box creative thinking to partner with the Gaming Commission on the interview process. So as treasurer, I can't wait to hit the ground running with everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And I can't take, credit for that, because I had a conversation with Commissioner Stebbins, and, he offered the possibility of me reaching out and tapping into some resources at the Gaming Commission. So that, that was very helpful. And I absolutely have the highest regard for Derek, and I hope that we will continue to partner with him, as we onboard our some of our key roles, specifically the CFAO and the budget director. And yes, I do agree with you about the work that Danielle and Quay had been, doing during the interim. They've been phenomenal. They've been very supportive, very collaborative, very cooperative, and I can't say enough about the work that they've done to pretty much keep that bridge, intact while we bring in the next level of talent for us. So thank you for bringing that up, and I appreciate it. Okay, if there are no other questions, thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe the next presentation is welcoming the Social Equity Program Cohort 4, and I will turn this over to Celia Williams.
Thank you, Debbie. Hold on one moment. Commissioner Camargo?
Can we have a 5-minute restroom break before we go into this presentation?
We can have a 5-minute restroom break. Yes, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes and be back. Let's just say 11:50.
Okay. Sorry, team, but
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now 11:50. I believe where we left off was, thank you. Do we have our Director of Equity Program and Community Outreach, Celia Williams?
I am here.
Amazing.
I haven't been in
Welcome,
public meeting
Celia.
in so long. I'm trying to get acclimated with the buttons.
Welcome, Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. And hats off, hats off, hats off. You guys have been doing a lot of remarkable stuff, but I'll stop and give you the floor so you can walk us through everything.
So I could see the. Thank you very much. Before I even jump into it, I want to say thank you to the commission for supporting our department. Thank you for looking at all the work that we've been doing. This is a great moment for me right now, for all of the work that we do behind things to now see it exuding publicly. So I'm super, super excited about what you are absorbing now, and all the things that are to come. So thank you very much for all the talking points, accolades, and just recognizing what the social equity program is and what we are doing throughout the Commonwealth. So I thank you all for that. So we can go. Oh, I'm so sorry. If we can go back to the first slide. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to get into my presentation. I'm going to start with saying good morning and happy Black History Month. I thank you, Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek, Madam Chair, and Commissioners for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Equity Program and Community Outreach Department. Before I get started, it is with my utmost courtesy and respect for everyone's time that I'd like to ask if we can hold any questions that you may have until the end of our presentation. Again, please accept my gratitude in advance for this accommodation. I am both honored and proud to stand before you today as a representative of our Equity Programming and Community Outreach Department during a month aimed at honoring Black History Month. It is a privilege to share the insights and initiatives that commemorate the achievements, resilience, and equitable impact our department strives to promote across the Commonwealth. I am humbled to continue the dialogue on equity and inclusion. Our department strives to foster an environment where diversity is not only acknowledged, but celebrated, where every voice is heard and every story is valued. Today, I'm collaborating with my colleagues, Director of Digital and Creative Services, Anne-Marie Burt, and our Director of Communications, Mary Alice Curley. As we take you on the journey of our work, our initiatives, let us reflect on the progress we have made and the work that lies ahead. Through collaboration and understanding, we can build a more inclusive and equitable cannabis industry for all. I'm excited to share the initiatives and projects our department has been working on, aiming to promote diversity, amplifying underrepresented voices, and creating lasting change. Let us remember that today, we are embracing the lessons of the past, celebrating the achievements of the present, and working towards a future where equity and diversity prevail. Next slide. Today, as we delve into the heart of our social equity programming, the array of impactful initiatives that are driven by positive change within our community, this meeting will serve as a platform to discuss the key components of our agenda, including the Faces of Equity campaign, our earned media efforts, and the vital work being done throughout our community outreach. We'll explore the social equity program overview, a testament to our commitment to fostering inclusivity and fairness. Our program is designed to address disparities and create opportunities that empower all members of our community. Today, we will delve into the strategic pillars of our programming, showcasing the progress made and charting our course for the future. Next on the agenda is the Faces of Equity campaign, a powerful initiative that highlights the diverse stories and experiences within our community. Through storytelling, we aim to humanize the pursuit of equity, shedding light on the incredible individuals who embody the principles we hold dear. These narratives serve as a beacon of inspiration, reinforcing the collective dedication to creating a more equitable industry. Our earned media campaign is a pivotal aspect of our outreach strategy, amplifying our message through various channels. Today, we will review the successes of our media initiatives, examining how they contribute to reshaping the public perception and garnering support for our cause. From press coverage to online engagement to our earned media efforts, which play a crucial role in advancing the goals of the social equity program. Lastly, we will delve into the impactful work being carried out through our community outreach endeavors. The success of our program is contingent on active engagement and collaboration in the community. We will discuss our ongoing projects, future initiatives, and how strengthening the bonds will tie us together. In our in-depth overview today, this is an opportunity to celebrate achievements, share insights, and strategize for the future. Each component of our agenda today plays a pivotal role in advancing our mission. I am confident that our collective efforts will continue to make a lasting impact. Together, we are reshaping a more inclusive and just future for our communities and the regulated cannabis industry. Next slide. Our Commission's Social Equity Program is a transformative initiative that is making strides in creating opportunities within the cannabis industry. Our Social Equity Program is just not a program. It is a commitment to empowerment, education, and ultimately fostering inclusivity within a rapidly evolving sector. At its core, the Social Equity Program is a comprehensive, statewide, and free resource providing technical assistance and training to individuals seeking a foothold in the cannabis industry. We understand that knowledge is power, and our program is designed to equip participants with the education, skills, and tools essential for success in a dynamic field. One of the distinct features of our social equity program is the range of benefits extended to its participants. At a high level, these benefits encompass an expedited licensing review process, offering a streamlined pathway for aspiring entrepreneurs. Moreover, we recognize that the financial barriers that exist, and in our response, our program includes provisions for waived or reduced fees, ensuring that the financial constraints do not impede access to opportunities. Perhaps one of the most noteworthy aspects of our social equity program is the 3-year exclusivity period granted to participants, particularly for social consumption and delivery license types. This exclusivity period serves as a crucial foundation, providing a fair chance for individuals from historically marginalized communities to establish themselves and thrive in an industry that has historically been exclusive. As we continue to champion social equity, let us celebrate the strides that we have made and the impact that we are creating within the cannabis landscape. Again, you will hear a lot of this throughout our presentation. The SEP is not merely a program. It is a catalyst for change, breaking down barriers and opening doors for those who have historically been underrepresented. Next slide. I have an overflowing sense of pride and excitement as we gather today to highlight and celebrate extraordinary achievements of our equity programming and community outreach team. This dynamic group of individuals has not only met but surpassed expectations, leaving an undeniable mark on our organization and communities that we serve. At the helm of this exceptional team, our Chief Communications Officer, Cedric Sinclair, a trailblazing visionary who is intentional and incredibly thoughtful. Cedric's leadership has been nothing short of extraordinary. His strategic valor, coupled with an unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and diversity, has transformed our vision for equity programming into a vibrant reality. Cedric's foresight and dedication have been the driving force behind the groundbreaking Faces of Equity campaign, an initiative that he championed for a budget, perspective, and other needed resources, and has remained a steadfast steward through its completion and launch. But of course, even the grandest visions require a maestro to orchestrate them into reality. I, the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, under the guiding hand of our Chief Communications Officer, have taken the seeds of inspiration and cultivated them into a garden of impactful ideas. These results have been nothing short of remarkable, as our equity initiatives have flourished under our meticulous and dedicated leadership. Today, we are not just celebrating a department, we are honoring a team that embodies a spirit of innovation, collaboration, and most importantly, genuine care for the communities that we serve. The Faces of Equity campaign is a testament to the power of storytelling, the strength of diverse voices, and the transformative impact of intentional outreach. Collectively, our dedication has not only elevated our organization, but it has paved the way for a more equitable and inclusive future. Cheers to a team that continues to inspire and innovate. Next slide. Excuse me. As we continue through my presentation, I'm thrilled to share with you the impactful initiatives that our organization has undertaken to promote inclusivity and equity within the cannabis industry. Our commitment to fostering change goes beyond the rhetoric. It is ingrained in our actions, our strategies, and our programs aimed at rectifying historical injustices. At the forefront of our efforts is an unwavering dedication to include communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana arrest and incarceration. We recognize the systemic disparities that exist, and through our multifaceted approach, we are actively working towards dismantling barriers and building bridges to opportunity. Our community outreach initiative stands as a testament to our commitment to disadvantaged groups and industry stakeholders. We provide more than just updates. We offer educational resources, additional support, training opportunities, and consultations with state agencies. By engaging directly with communities, we aim to empower individuals with the knowledge and resources needed to navigate and succeed in the cannabis industry. Strategic partnerships play a pivotal role in expanding our outreach to women, veterans, and minority populations. Through collaboration, we are breaking down silos and fostering a collective effort to ensure that diverse voices are heard and included within the cannabis conversation. Our commitment to diversity extends to the recruitment of minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned enterprises to become licensed in the cannabis industry. By creating pathways for underrepresented entrepreneurs, we are actively reshaping an industry that reflects the richness of our society. At the cornerstone of our equity programming, the Social Equity Program, the first statewide initiative of its kind in the nation, to date, 872 participants have been accepted into the program. We're excited to announce that the applications for cohort 4 opened on Monday, February 5th. The windows for submission extends until Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, with the application review and acceptance period concluding on May 31st, 2024. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the collective efforts are not just about promoting equity. They're about reshaping a narrative, rectifying historical wrongs, and building a more just and inclusive cannabis industry. Next slide. Today is a moment to remind our constituency and leadership that industry stakeholders that a groundbreaking social equity program and initiative goes beyond just mere inclusion. It forges sustainable pathways into the cannabis industry for individuals who've been most impacted by marijuana prohibition and disproportionate arrest and incarceration. At its core, the SEP program is just not a program. It's a beacon of hope, providing opportunity, offering diverse range of pathways to cater to unique interests and inspirations for our participants. We recognize the cannabis industry is multifaceted, and the program reflects this understanding by offering tracks that accommodate various goals. For the ambitious entrepreneurs, the Entrepreneur Track provides a comprehensive roadmap for those pursuing various cannabis licenses. This is a space where dreams can take root, and we are committed to providing educational skills, trainings, and tools needed for success. However, the scope of the SEP extends beyond licensed activities. Ancillary business owners focusing on non-licensed activities will find a dedicated space within our ancillary track. We understand that the success in the cannabis industry is not only limited to licensed operations. We are here to support those who contribute to an ecosystem in a diverse and impactful ways. Recognizing the importance of a robust workforce, the entry and re-entry track is tailored for prospective registered agents seeking both entry-level and managerial opportunities. This track is not only opening doors, but provides the necessary tools to excel in our dynamic industry. At the heart of our program, the core track, which encapsulates the foundational knowledge and skills needed to navigate the cannabis industry. This track serves as a springboard, ensuring that every participant is equipped with the essentials for success regarding their specific area of interest. Next slide. Today, I'm delighted to share, again, exciting developments within our curriculum that showcases our commitment to providing comprehensive education and training opportunities within the ever-evolving landscape of our cannabis industry. In 2022, recognizing the importance of navigating the financial intricacies of our industry, we've added courses such as predatory lending and raising capital. These courses were designed to equip our participants with the knowledge and the tools needed to make informed decisions and successfully navigate the complexities of funding and financial management. Furthermore, we've introduced a specialized subtrack on delivery, acknowledge the growing significance of this sector within the cannabis industry. The additions reflect our dedication to staying ahead of the industry trends and ensuring our participants are well prepared for the emerging opportunities. Building on the success of our previous year in 2023, marked a significant expansion of our curriculum with the addition of 10 advanced universal courses. These courses are tailored to addressing advanced topics and emerging industry nuances, further solidifying our commitment to providing a cutting-edge and comprehensive educational experience. As we look forward to the future, pending final regulations and implementation, we are excited to announce forthcoming updates to our curriculum. We're delighted to be working on and incorporating courses that address crucial aspects of the industry, including host community agreements, municipal policies, processes, and refining delivery and social consumption subtracks. These additions underscore the dedication to staying current with the industry developments, ensuring that our participants are not only well prepared for the present, but are also equipped to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of the cannabis industry in the future. For this, I want to thank you for entrusting us with your education and professional development. We are committed to providing a curriculum that empowers you, the participant, to thrive in a dynamic industry. We're looking forward to the continued success and growth of all of our participants. Through free technical assistance and training, we are shaping the future of the cannabis industry through knowledge, innovation, and commitment to excellence. Next slide. As we delve into the heart of the social equity program, I'm beyond thrilled to illuminate the diversity and richness embedded within our learning tracks. These tracks are just not pathways, they are gateways to a world of opportunities and possibilities, intentionally designed to meet varied aspirations of our participants. Our first learning track, entrepreneurship, stands as a testament to our commitment to empowering individuals seeking licensure and ownership within the cannabis industry. Whether you dream of cultivating your own business or becoming a licensed operator, this track is tailored to nurture the entrepreneurial spirit that drives innovation and success. The core track serves as the bedrock of our programming, offering foundational knowledge and skills essential for navigating the landscape for executive and managerial level cannabis careers. It caters to those seeking comprehensive understanding of the industry, ensuring that every participant is equipped with the essentials for success regarding their specific area of interest. For those aspiring to enter the cannabis industry, our entry or re-entry track provides a tailored program learning pathway. We recognize the importance of fostering leadership within our community, and this track is designed to cultivate skills and the knowledge necessary to excel in entry-level positions within the industry. Finally, our ancillary track recognizes the diverse roles that contribute to the cannabis ecosystem beyond licensed activities. Whether you are interested in non-licensed business activities or providing supportive services to the industry, this track offers specialized focuses that align with a variety of industry aspirations. It is paramount to note that our programming is intentionally designed to support participants entering or re-entering our communities after incarceration. We provide focused support for those seeking entry-level positions, acknowledging the importance of these pathways for individuals to rebuild their lives and contribute meaningfully to our society. In essence, our learning tracks reflect the diverse talents, aspirations, and dreams that make up our participant community. Regardless of your background, Each track is a bridge to a brighter and more inclusive future within the cannabis industry. Next slide. My next presentation slide addresses the paramount significance can we, I apologize. Can we go to the strategic? Can you go back a slide? All right, we can go to the next slide.
So Leah, you're doing a great job, by the way.
Thanks, thank you.
This is a lot, it's okay.
It's a lot. All right, so this slide is our social equity program eligibility. I wanted to also take a moment to talk about our eligibility since the cohort 4 is open. So just briefly outlining the key eligibility qualifications for our social equity program 1 through 4. This information is also available on our website, but I definitely didn't want to miss the opportunity to just briefly go over it. Qualifier 1 is individuals with income not exceeding 400% of the area median income residing in an area of disproportionate impact for 5 of the past 10 years. Qualifier 2 is residency in Massachusetts for the past 12 months and a drug conviction not limited to marijuana or a continuance without a finding for under MGL 94C offense or an equivalent conviction in other jurisdictions. Qualifier 3 is residency in Massachusetts for the past 12 months and proof of being either married to or the child of an individual with a drug conviction not limited to marijuana or continuance without a finding for under MGL 94C offense or an equivalent conviction in other jurisdictions. Finally, our 4th qualifier would be any individual listed as an owner on the original certification of an economic empowerment priority applicant. These criteria ensure that the social equity program is accessible to those who have historically been disproportionately affected by the cannabis-related offenses. Next slide. My next presentation slide addresses the paramount significance of fostering positive strategic partnerships with vendors, particularly in conjunction with our equity programming and community outreach initiatives. Our collaborative efforts with these vendors, such as ASG for creative strategy and content development, and buyer advertisement for media strategy and placement, exemplify a pivotal role in these partnerships play, amplifying our message of equity, inclusion, and diversity across the Commonwealth. In a dynamic landscape of cannabis regulation, our outreach and effective communication is not just an asset, it is a cornerstone of our mission. With the collaboration between our communications department and vendors like ASG, the buyer advertisement serves as a powerful testament to our commitment to disseminating information that resonates with our diverse audiences. ASG, as our creative strategy and content development partner, they bring a wealth of expertise to the table, allowing us to craft initiatives that are not only compelling, but also aligned with our values and equity and inclusion. Their innovative approach has been instrumental in creating content that sparks conversations, fosters understanding, and promotes ideals we hold dear. Similarly, our partnership with Buyer Advertisement, our media strategy and placement vendor, has been a driving force in ensuring that our message reaches far and wide. Through strategic media placement, we have been able to amplify our voice and extend the reach of our equity programming and community outreach initiatives to every corner of the Commonwealth. This symbolic relationship between equity programming and community outreach, alongside our communications department and the esteemed vendors, is the lining in the fabric of our success. These partnerships enable us to not only procure essential services, but also cultivate an environment where our message resonates authentically, fostering genuine connections with our diverse communities. Together, we are not just communicating a message. Again, we are building bridges of understanding, breaking down those barriers, and creating more inclusive and diverse cannabis landscapes. Thank you to ASG and Buyer Advertisement for all your partner and all of our partners for their unwavering dedication to our mission. It is through these collaborations that we are shaping the future where equity, inclusion, and diversity are not just spoken about, but they are deeply ingrained in every aspect of our work. Here's to the power of partnerships and transformative impact they have on our shared vision. Next slide. I'm delighted to take a moment to introduce and express our deepest gratitude for someone who plays a pivotal role in shaping our creative and digital landscape. It is my pleasure to introduce Director of Creative Services. Excuse me, let me make sure I get the title right, okay? It is my pleasure to introduce Director of Creative and Digital Services, Anne-Marie Burt.
Thank you, Director Williams, and good afternoon, Acting Chair, Commissioners, and Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek. As Director Williams stated, and as an introduction to the public, I am Anne-Marie Burt, the Director of Digital and Creative Services at the Commission, and I'm the Creative Director and Project Lead for the Faces of Equity Public Awareness Campaign. The Faces of Equity campaign, developed through fiscal years 2023 and 24 in partnership with an external creative agency, is an integrated multimedia campaign designed to communicate the Commission's equity mission, policies, and programming using the voices and profiles of actual participants and industry agents, and how the program has produced real benefits and life-changing opportunities for those who have been most harmed by the war on drugs. The campaign had 3 goals. 1, to raise awareness of the Commission's various equity programming. 2, to recruit for Cohort 4 of the Social Equity Program. And 3, to inspire potential applicants to really see themselves as participants who can obtain success for themselves and their families within the legal cannabis industry. Slide, please. The campaign consists of a wide array of creative collateral, some that was developed externally with our creative partner, but also many assets that were developed in-house by Digital and Creative Services in close collaboration with our traditional communications and equity programming and community outreach teams. Our cornerstone creative piece of the campaign is a 10-minute long mini documentary that showcases the history of the war on drugs, the legalization of cannabis in Massachusetts, along with the creation of the Commission and its equity mandate, and the successes equity programming participants are finding in the legal cannabis industry today. Those interviews with equity participants and registered agents are then further broken down into 5 personal stories that really capture their individual past experiences and their perspectives of the industry and the Commission's equity programming. We also have a variety of ads for digital and print, social media, broadcast radio, and out of home, as well as extensive educational collateral developed in-house, such as a large section of our website, email blasts, video tutorials, and rack cards that we are also distributing through our social media channels. Slide, please. At this point, we would like to present the video for public viewing, and it should be able to play with audio within the PowerPoint presentation here. Betsy, if you wouldn't mind doing the honors.
They called it the war on drugs.
America's public enemy #1 in the United States is drug abuse. It is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
With cannabis classified among some of the most dangerous drugs in the world, a plant that had been used for centuries for medicinal purposes and considered beneficial to many. Even the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse that Nixon appointed to study the drug issue recommended that cannabis be decriminalized. The report's findings were ignored. Getting tough on crime won votes, so more administrations doubled down on the prohibition of cannabis with mandatory prison sentences.
We must move to strengthen law enforcement activities. These proposals will toughen our laws against drug criminals.
3 strikes, then you are out.
Thousands were locked up, sometimes for life. An era of mass incarceration, unprecedented in history, and a disproportionate number were Black and brown people of African and Latinx heritage.
When I was growing up in Roxbury, the failed war on drugs was happening. Looking at the people who were incarcerated, mostly Black and brown folks, mostly poor folks. So what you have is this hugely disparate treatment of those who can afford it less and, frankly, who are getting screwed over by the system.
Here in Massachusetts, people of color represent 3/4 of those convicted of mandatory minimum drug offenses, yet they make up less than 1/4 of the population.
I have family members who use cannabis for medical purposes, but I also have family members who sold drugs. It helped them bring income into their homes to support their children and their family.
As with any war, the collateral damage has been painful. Fatherless homes, doors to opportunity for education and employment slammed shut, seemingly inescapable cycles of misery and dependency.
Going to college, there was very few people of color on campus, mostly athletes. So I hung out with a lot of those kids. And essentially one night, came back to campus and apparently smelled like weed. I basically got kicked out of school just for that.
Clearly, a new and better approach is needed, a way to address systemic racism, a path forward to improve not just the lives of affected individuals, but bring economic vibrancy to whole communities. Legalizing marijuana was a good start, but just the beginning of a journey towards greater justice and prosperity.
I was incarcerated for selling marijuana, but when I came home, there was a cannabis company right across the street from where I live. I had my freedom taken away for selling the same product that this company is now selling.
Lawmakers took the next step when they listened to voters and enacted something totally new.
That's when stories started to unfold about programs that would introduce opportunities for people who have been harmed by prohibition.
For the first time on a statewide basis, those disproportionately affected by prohibition were required by law to have truly equitable access to the legal marijuana marketplace. The law was the genesis for the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, the agency charged with shaping solutions to fulfill that promise. The commission implemented policies and procedures that are helping lower barriers to entry, ease the transition from the legacy marketplace, and harness private sector innovation to speed change.
There were regulations set forth that if you had drug offenses, you were unable to be a part of the cannabis industry. The Cannabis Control Commission redid some of those regulations, and so that opened up some of the barriers.
While progress has been made, some obstacles still loom large for many.
I was originally aspiring to be a dispensary, but I lost to 2 large operators in the town selection process. It's so hard to find a location because there's like so many requirements at the town level.
The Federal Reserve Bank in Boston in 2015 did a report called The Color of Wealth. The median net worth of a white family in Boston is $247,500. The median net worth of a black family in Boston is $8. To open a store, you need $1.5 million. That's a whole lot of $8 together, right?
Someone hears your cannabis business and they inflate their rates, right? I'm a small business. I'm not a multi-state operator. I don't have money.
These are what the cannabis reform legislation of 2022 aimed to address. An act relative to equity in the cannabis industry ushers in a state-run equity loan fund, requires buy-in from cities and towns, and puts forth additional fixes designed to end the remaining stigma against entrepreneurs, people seeking stable careers after incarceration, and their collective dreams. It even enshrined the Commission's very own social equity program into the law. These changes mark a turning point for equity applicants in the Commonwealth.
It's about social justice. We want to have a seat at the table. We're here. Let's make sure that these communities who were disproportionately impacted have an opportunity for the economic wealth that they deserve.
As these mechanisms evolve, entrepreneurs and job seekers can find success by applying their existing skills and gaining new ones, supported by mentors, trained by experts, with newfound access to capital.
I'm excited to be part of the state's first steps towards equity here in Massachusetts. And although there are still lots of work to be done, I am hopeful for the future that we will build here together.
Headed into another training class, the Social Equity Program offers a pathway into the legal industry for legacy market operators and other communities that were harmed by the war on drugs. Through education, technical assistance, and networking, participants gain tools that can help them own, manage, work for, or contract with licensed cannabis businesses in Massachusetts.
There need to be programmatic offerings that allow those individuals who grew up in these neighborhoods, who are also disproportionately affected, to have an opportunity to be in this industry and occupy our space and place while it's new. We have to hold the door open. We must repair the harm that has occurred in this space.
I got arrested, that qualified me for the social equity program, which really changed my life. So I had all that experience in the legacy market, and I was very familiar with, how to sell cannabis and how to take care of my customers and the knowledge behind what I was doing. But I had zero experience in regulations, compliance, and following the rules. That program really helped me because it was like those were the missing pieces that I needed. All the roadblocks or mistakes that I've made, they've turned into something that I'm really proud of now.
It is frankly ludicrous for people in pinstripe suits to pretend that they're the experts on selling cannabis when they only got in post legalization. There are people who have done this and risked their whole lives. How do we lean on the skills of those individuals who were in the legacy market?
The transferable skills from the legacy market into the legalized market is having to navigate all of the different hoops. With the social equity program, I was part of the entrepreneur track. Best part about it was really being a part of a cohort, learning with other people and understanding that there were other people going through similar experiences.
When I went through it and I did the ancillary track, it was amazing to see how many people were involved in this big movement to open legitimate businesses to serve their communities. I'm not necessarily running a cannabis establishment, but I do provide those services to cannabis businesses who are looking for job seekers for their establishments or looking for HR consulting services. It's an additional add-on piece for those cannabis businesses.
I'm hopeful that with the new set of commissions and the new rules put in place, there will actually be funding and the education available so that everyone who looks like me and who wants to be a part of this industry can do it.
People should know that the Cannabis Control Commission's social equity program is life-changing, and they really do give you the tools that you need to open and run a compliant cannabis business.
One of the hopes for the future is local communities understanding their influence and understanding the importance of taking control of the industry. Success is being able to visualize it and then materialize it, change society basically for the better.
We have a company that's 100% Black owned right now, right in Faneuil Hall. Peter Faneuil sold people who look like me to buy their land and build those buildings. Our slogan is "We all rise together."
Massachusetts has come so far since voters legalized adult use cannabis, but the real work has just begun to fulfill their vision of an equitable marketplace. Support from cities and towns, existing operators, a new state-run loan fund, and consumers who care will make all the difference to what the Commonwealth can achieve. Communities harmed by the war on drugs deserve to have a meaningful stake in the legal industry's success. It's up to all of us to make sure they do. To learn more, visit masscannabiscontrol.com/equity. This video is not an endorsement of any cannabis business, product, or a registered agent.
Thank you. Betsy, could you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Here you can see a sampling of the educational collateral that was developed internally over the past year while we were working on the larger video project with our partner. We designed and printed rack cards we have been distributing at community outreach events that cover such topics such as qualification criteria, documentation, program tracks, and expungement and sealing. We created an entirely new section of our website devoted to our equity programming, and we're very intentional in organizing the information to be more accessible and easier to understand for a broader audience. We have now added several of these new video assets to enhance that content and help tell the story of the program and its participants, as well as videos we produced internally with equity programming and community outreach staff that provide an introduction to the SEP and step-by-step tutorials of the application process. And we have also been sending regular email blasts for several weeks promoting the opening of the SEP application and all of this new educational content. Slide, please. Here you see a sampling of some of our digital and print ads we have strategically placed in outlets across the state. And as you can see, we have several tagline variations that were all written in-house by commission staff because we wanted to have ads that spoke to all 4 tracks of the SEP, entrepreneur, core, entry, and ancillary, to meet people where they were and help them truly see themselves finding success in this program based on where they were coming from and what they aspired to do in the industry. We really wanted potential applicants to not only feel seen, but also included, important, and empowered. Slide, please. And to physically meet people where they are with our media placements, we used geo-targeting to focus our strategy on a mix of DIA communities and the 25 most diverse communities in Massachusetts. We then categorized DIA communities into primary, secondary, and non-target based on demographics and identified areas of expansion into other diverse communities adjacent to some DIAs. Slide, please. We then focused our media buy strategy on outlets serving the communities within our identified geo-targeting zones and provided a mix of digital, print, and broadcast radio ads in English and Spanish, as well as 25 bus shelters around communities in Greater Boston. We also have buys on social media, IP-targeted banner ads, and streaming audio that will span statewide. Slide. For campaign timelines, we began a soft launch with our email drip campaign and new promotional content on our website on January 16th. Digital, print, and radio ads began to roll out the week of January 21st and will run through April. And we had a large public launch of the campaign and the SEP application on February 5th, with more campaign content added to the website and posted to our social media channels, which we will continue to do throughout the application window. The bus shelters are also being printed and should be installed by the end of the month. At this point, I am happy to hand over the presentation to my colleague, Mary Alice Curley, Director of Communications, to speak about our earned media strategy.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Welcome, Mary Alice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Williams and Director Byrd, and good afternoon, Acting Executive Director Hilton Greek and Commissioners. Those were some 2 tough acts to follow, so I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief. Again, my name is Mary Alice Curley. I'm the Director of Communications here at the Cannabis Control Commission. And if earned media is a new term for anyone watching in our virtual audience today, these are the efforts we undertake to raise awareness about our equity mission and cohort 4 that aren't paid for or owned by the agency. So in other words, that depends heavily on our trusted media outlets, word of mouth, and other organic engagement that happens in partnership with agency leaders like all of you, as well as our constituents and partners who are watching today. So first, let me say thank you, Commissioners, for your enthusiastic endorsement this morning of our Faces of Equity video and for pointing stakeholders to our materials and asking folks to share them. Earned media starts with activities like our press release, which we distributed to reporters after last public meeting, and all of the amazing assets that we've worked on together. I should note, we were grateful our initial push got some immediate traction from some of our Beat's most committed journalists who are already helping us get the word out. I also want to note we again included information on cohort 4 in this week's press announcement about 2023 record sales. That way, anyone covering the health and growth of this industry is also a vehicle for raising additional awareness about our program. The team is following up with media contacts as we speak who might cover us regularly. Maybe they haven't reported on this industry or the work of our agency in some time, or perhaps others who haven't covered marijuana at all before, but care deeply about economic empowerment and economic development opportunities in their communities. With the help of the Faces of Equity campaign assets, we seek to educate and re-educate stakeholders about how the war on drugs has impacted municipalities, neighborhoods, and families, and disproportionately Black and Brown communities in Massachusetts. Why our First in the Nation mandate is so important, and how the Commission's policies and procedures pursue full industry participation by harmed individuals. The importance of collaborating with state, local, and industry partners in order for Massachusetts to truly fulfill its mission. And why applying to join the social equity program today is just as attractive as it was nearly 5 years ago when training and technical assistance first launched, perhaps even more so than ever before. The team aims to work hard and earn media coverage in every region of the state. We're talking about Merrimack Valley, Lawrence specifically, a key area of disproportionate impact with residency eligibility for the first time. The North and South Shore regions, Greater Boston, South Coast, Southeastern Massachusetts, and the Cape and Islands. Greater Worcester, Worcester County, which includes Great Brook Valley, another new addition to the DIA list, in Western Mass. We will be prioritizing print, audio, and broadcast outlets. That includes radio, podcasts, and streaming programs, with readership, listeners, and audiences in the 30 areas of disproportionate impact. Most of our time and energy will be spent making sure these stories get into ethnic and community outlets first and foremost. Think everyone from Rumbo and the Dorchester Reporter to Unity Radio and The Reminder. We also are making a push to get on community access programs into disproportionately impacted cities and towns as well. Next slide, please. Applicants will learn more about our mandate and our programming through interviews with all of you and from social equity program participants who are already on their journey as part of the legal marketplace. Other interviews might occur with registered agents who are engaged with programming through other avenues, such as our economic empowerment applicants or opportunities that have been made possible through licensees' mandatory positive impact plans. In addition to the 5 vibrant stories that are already featured in the paid campaign, the team hopes to make media opportunities available to more participants with ties to those aforementioned regions. These may be hometown connections or ties through their host community. We simply want to make sure that potential applicants with diverse backgrounds and wide-ranging goals for this industry see themselves in these stories and identify across all 4 tracks, and then they'll consider applying. To make this campaign as impactful as possible, the team is also scheduling 12 weeks worth of organic social media content based on some of the in-house and externally developed materials highlighted earlier. This is probably a good time to make a pitch to anyone watching today who wants to help us get the word out about Cohort 4. Please follow us on the channels highlighted here on the screen and engage with us. Like our posts, actually love them. Share them with your networks. Shout from the rooftops why equity is paramount to the success of this industry. Make sure your friends, family members, and neighbors know what's available with SEP, whether it's the free training and technical assistance, the fee waivers, the opportunity to jump our licensing queue, exclusive access to delivery license types with social consumption on the horizon, all the newest benefits that recent regulatory reforms bring, the more level playing field for host community agreements, equity requirements at the local level for the first time, fewer barriers to job opportunities, and the state's Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, which is administered by EOED and will bring newfound access to capital. If you can't already tell, we're extremely excited to welcome this new cohort. We're eager to get the word out about the benefits of the program, so please contact us at press@cccmass.com if you're a journalist or a community member who would like to help us get the word out. And before I close, I just want to thank Tara, Tim, Nadine, and Rachel for all the work that they bring to this undertaking. These efforts specifically, but many of the assets and activities you heard about earlier. Without all of these 3 teams' shared dedication to this agency's mission, this work would not have been possible. And because our teams are so often behind the scenes, I just want to take this opportunity to give all of them a shout out today. Director Williams, back to you.
Thank you so much. Let me get to the, sorry, I'm at a different. As we ramp up for Cohort 4 application period, I'm excited to share with you the proactive steps that we're taking to engage with and support our stakeholders. Throughout the process, recognizing the importance of accessibility and open communication, we've established avenues for support in key areas such as licensing, expungement, and general application assistance. Firstly, we'll be hosting open office hours, providing an opportunity for direct engagement and addressing any questions or concerns that may arise during the application period. Additionally, to streamline communication, we've introduced a dedicated equity email inbox, ensuring that your inquiries receive prompt attention and assistance. Community outreach remains a cornerstone in our efforts. We have identified specific areas, as previously mentioned by my colleague, that we will be engaging with over the next few months. In February 2024, our focus will be on Worcester and Fitchburg, followed by Lawrence, Lowell, Haverhill, Brockton, Randolph, New Bedford, Taunton, and Fall River in March 2024. Finally, in April 2024, we'll be actively engaging with the Greater Boston, Cambridge, Springfield, and Holyoke areas. To enhance the outreach experience, we are equipping our commissioners and staff with to-go backpacks and ensuring that they have the necessary resources and materials when conducting outreach efforts. These backpacks are designed to be a comprehensive toolkit, allowing us to provide vital information and support directly to the communities we serve. Our commitment to transparency, accessibility, and community engagement remains unwavering. As we navigate the application period, we're here to assist, educate, and ensure that the process is as seamless as possible for all stakeholders. As always, we look forward to engaging with you throughout this exciting journey, as together we can build a cannabis industry that truly reflects the diversity and inclusivity that we aspire to achieve. Next slide. As I approach the close of my presentation, I'd like to amplify our announcement that the Social Equity Program is now accepting applications for Cohort 4, making another milestone in our commitment to fostering equity and inclusion within the cannabis industry. Again, the application period is open from January 5th to April 30th, 2024, with the review and acceptance period concluding on May 31st. Also ensuring that I continue to highlight the Social Equity Program is not just a program. It is a transformative opportunity. We are dedicated to providing education, training, technical assistance, and essential business resources to qualified social equity program participants. If you have already embarked on the journey of empowerment and growth within the cannabis industry, now is the time to seize this opportunity. To apply for the Social Equity Program, please visit MassCIP at masscipportal.com. Whether you are creating a new account or logging into your existing MassCIP account, the application process has been designed to be straightforward. Follow the step-by-step instructions provided and follow the step-by-step instructions provided and take the first step towards your future filled with possibilities. We understand that some may need assistance during the application process. That's why we have the Social Equity Program tutorial videos available to guide you through each step, ensuring that the application process is accessible to everyone. For additional resources and detailed information about the Social Equity Program, please visit the Massachusetts Cannabis Control website. There you'll find a wealth of information to support you on your journey towards success in the cannabis industry. In closing, I'm excited to share a significant development that many of you are eagerly waiting. The Social Equity Trust Fund has officially begun accepting applications, marking a crucial step towards realizing our shared vision of an equitable and thriving cannabis industry. For those interested in applying, please visit the website of the Massachusetts Executive Office of Economic Development, where you'll find detailed information and instructions on how to submit your application. This trust fund represents the cornerstone of our commitment to fostering economic empowerment and providing essential support to those who have been disproportionately impacted by the cannabis prohibition. Your participation in this groundbreaking initiative is not just an investment in your future, but a contribution to a broader narrative of equity and inclusion within our cannabis industry. Together, let's work to continue towards a more just and prosperous future for all. I thank you for your dedication, your passion, and your commitment to building a cannabis industry that truly reflects diversity and inclusion, because we all are striving to achieve the same thing. I encourage each and every one of you to explore the opportunities presented by the Social Equity Program and by the Social Equity Trust Fund, taking the step towards realizing your goals. Again, visit the Massachusetts Executive Office of Economic Development website today, and let's embark on this transformative journey together. I thank you, and may the path ahead be filled with success, empowerment, and positive change. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. And I would like to open it up. Thank you so much for your time. I know that it was a lot of slides. Thank you for everyone that I've collaborated with on this presentation. And I look forward to hearing your feedback and questions.
Thank you so much, Director Williams. Thank you to you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Mary Alice. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. Remarkable work. I have never sort of hid some of my focus, and intentions behind a lot of the work here as a commissioner around creating more equitable opportunities, around removing some of the barriers we had within our regulations to create more employment opportunities. The video itself, it was so well done, and it outlined years of work and effort by so many people. And it's a reminder of the work getting done and that it's happening, and we've come so far. I mean, we still have a lot to do. There's still more work to, to happen. We're still doing a lot in terms of our numbers and really satisfying the overall mission, our equity mandate here. But I have chills from that, and I just wanted to thank you all, because it's great to have you present, and then just seeing the amount of work that you all have been doing, even though you're not in public meeting, on a regular basis. You've always been doing the work, and I just wanted to really commend you all. I'll see if any of my fellow commissioners have any questions. The one other thing that I will say, and it's just, it probably goes without saying, but the timing of this is really significant. Being in Black History Month, I think I'm having a personal response to it, because I also don't hide the fact that I'm a Black woman from Mattapan, in my office in Mattapan right now. And I know that there's never been anyone like me here. And the perspective that so many of us have here, because we are such a diverse agency, one of the most, if not the most diverse state agency in the entire Commonwealth, it allows for things like this to happen. It allows for a team to understand the messaging that is really needed in order to connect with an audience that is meant to be here. So I'm just really proud of you all. So thank you. I'll stop and see if there are any other questions or comments from my fellow colleagues. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I also am blown away. Celia, you thanked us for our dedication, passion, and commitment, but flip that right around back to you and your team. If you don't witness like I just witnessed, and I witness every time you and I have a conversation, your dedication and passion and commitment to this work, it's overwhelmingly evident. It's evident by the collaboration you had with Anne Marie and Mary Alice and their respective teams and all of that work. And I've got a whole slew of questions. I'm not going to get through all of them today. You and I can schedule some other time to go through my list. But Chair, you talked about timing and kicking this off during Black History Month. I think, I just want to reflect on the fact that there's some other elements of timing that I hope will be helpful in driving more interest into the program, this particular cohort. And Celia, you touched on one of those, which is rolling out the new Social Equity Trust Fund. Somebody looking at that entrepreneur track who might have been apprehensive maybe when cohort 3 rolled out, now see a resource available to them to help them accomplish their goals with respect to that entrepreneurial track. A second element of timing is this commission has finally gotten the tools to unlock social consumption. And social consumption is uniquely eligible for SEP applicants. So I'm hoping that there's so much here to add to the sales pitch, but I want to reflect on those two critical elements of, as the chair pointed out, about timing about this. There's so many positive outcomes that people can begin to think about in choosing whether they want to apply or not. And however myself and I'll offer up Commissioner Camargo because I know she'll jump in and offer herself up too. But wherever we can be out there to work with you to talk about social consumption, to talk about those changes that are unlocking the social consumption license type, you tell us when and where, and we'll show up. Again, just great work. You know, I think, and I reflect on the last time we opened a cohort. Scalia, you weren't even director of the program at that point. It was a 2-person operation, and we had tremendous response. Now you're in the driver's seat, again, driving this project with, again, your commitment and your passion. And again, I can't thank you enough for how you bring that to the job every day. But really, you know, wherever I, as a commissioner, can play a role, whatever we can do to support the message, whatever we can do to support engagement with the number of community partners, whether they be with the organizations, whether they be in a mayor's office, there's a lot of interest to help push the program out there. The one question I had, and I would love for this to be a message, because, you know, we see through the program SEP applicants when they apply for a license. And it's a question for me, you know, because we track that, right? We talk about when somebody's coming forward for a provisional license, they're an SEP applicant. Really trying to think through, and you might have an answer for this. If not, again, I'm going to bug you next week to get time on your calendar to talk about everything else on my list. But trying to think, I really want to see the value somebody has going through the core in the entry program to say, how do we help them use that as their own kind of just certification credentials when they walk into an employer to say, I'm a valued future employee, or I'm a valued future manager, and here's why, because I've been through the SEP program. So I think I've missed how effective that can be. And again, love to get into it with you. So after all that comment, I guess, you know, the one question, Celia, I had is, when cohort 3 closed, I know that there were a lot of folks who didn't make it into the group of accepted participants for cohort 3, for lots of different reasons. How do we go back and connect? Can we connect with those folks that just didn't get everything in on time that we needed for cohort 3, and help them get into cohort 4?
Madam Chair, may I answer his question?
Yes, please.
So moved. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, that's like, I can't wait for us to connect. I think that they're both great questions. And I do have a response for both of them. So when we're talking about prioritizing and valuing core and reentry, currently I have an RFR open, that's open and people can submit bids to the technical assistance and training RFR that's on Combis on their website. I don't have the actual website like off the top of my head, but that RFR is multifaceted. I'm looking for vendors who want to teach curriculum. I'm looking for vendors who may be able to build e-modules for me, that would then lead to me being able to do a certification. I do think that focusing on the ability for someone to come into the program, because the program is not always just it is not only about licensure, right? And so my goal is to strive to meet everyone where they're at. And I understand having those skill sets. How can I add to your resume to say right off the bat, I'm certified because I've taken this course and I'm the best, bud tender or cannabis, pre-roller that you're going to be able to get, because that's what I want to excel at. And then you never know when that opportunity is going to, where that's going to take you. So I'm waiting to be able to have the resources to identify how we can, make those job readiness curriculum, certificated programmings and certifications. throughout our program. So that's something that is on the forefront of my mind, and we are building out. When we are addressing the previous cohort, or previous cohorts, I should say, because there are participants that didn't make it in cohort 1. There's ones that didn't make it in cohort 2 or cohort 1 to 3, right? And so what we did do is I pulled that targeted audience, how everyone's, so that would be a reopen status for those who haven't been in Mass CIP. If you had a reopen status and your application was sent back for a deficiency, maybe an ID, you didn't have a bank statement, you didn't prove 5 out of the 10 years, whatever qualifier that you were missing or documentation that you didn't present to verify what your qualifier is, we did a targeted email to all of those to notification and saying, hey, the application is open. You didn't make it for whatever reason. So please go into that application. If you're still interested, figure out what it is that is deficient. If you have any issues, give me a call. I'm always responsive. I'm always answering emails. I work closely with everyone here for the most part. So I'm sure that you understand that I prioritize making sure that I get to the to our participants, because I don't want it to feel like it's a barrier. I want you to know that we're here to partner with you on this journey, whatever that journey may be for you. And so as we are evolving curriculum, as we are evolving how that plays out, what platforms I can actually use, what are the parameters that signify certification, how can we, I know that in previous meetings we've been talking about educating people about the drive, like if you are electing not to have a 2-driver rule, how do we enhance the programming to make sure that there's some safety protocol curriculum in there. And then we'll be doing social consumption when that comes back online. So the curriculum is always evolving. Being able to give a certification to people is important, because I think that that's just going to make you stand out when you go to that employer. This person's already trained, this person already has a safe serve, or whatever, what have you that person is looking for. And so I definitely want to ingrain that into our programming, and we are working on it.
Good. Thank you so much. I'll save everything else for the time I'm going to grab on your calendar.
I look forward to it.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Directors Williams, Burt, and Curley for this tremendous presentation today. And I want to echo Commissioner Stebbins. Please let us know how we can be of assistance in the community to assist you in this effort. And I have 4 quick questions, and I want to ask them in public meeting because I think they might be helpful for the public. My first question is, could you describe, on one of the slides, it talked about adding the following courses, and it said delivery subtrack and social consumption subtrack. Can you explain what a subtrack is?
Yeah, so it's a fancy way to say area of focus. Some people want to, like in the curriculum, I don't have the curriculum sheets up, but you have our core curriculum, which teaches you about predatory lending, how to work with law enforcement, business plan development, how to interview. What else do we have? Accounting. We have a plethora of core, foundational curriculum is what I like to say. And then we drill down to what your specific interest is. And so that could be product manufacturing. That could be, I'm speaking as if it was like already online. So product manufacturing, cultivation, delivery, social consumption, those are focused interests. So that would be a subtrack. And so you can choose one, you can choose all of those avenues if you wanted to learn about it, or you could focus on that one subtract.
Okay, it's okay for me to, okay, keep going. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yep, thank you for that, Slay. And could you, I noticed, and I was very happy to see incubators and accelerators. Specifically, can you name any, or what's happening around that? I think that's exciting.
So definitely, I'm excited about it. It's within our strategic plan. It is budget dependent. It takes, and it's also staff dependent. Currently, I have a staff of 4. We're reviewing applications. We're working on regulatory implementation, and of course, managing the participants, reviewing curriculum. There's a plethora of things that we're doing. So it is an aspiration for us to have these incubator programs within the Center of Excellence, and that has been built into our 5-year strategic plan. So to be determined, to be coming.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins talked about the folks that for whatever reason were not able to participate in cohort 3. But I want to just talk about the folks that may be stuck. And what I mean is stuck in a provisional phase. And are we doing anything to help unstick these people so they can move forward? Like, do we reach back? And so I love how we're looking forward, but do we reach back perhaps to those folks who, for whatever reason, maybe there are new tools in our toolbox that weren't afforded to them, and are we reaching back to help them move along in the pipeline?
So apologies if I think that I just want to ask for clarification with regards to, so we're talking about people that are in a provisional license, a license phase and can't move forward, correct?
I just didn't know how big a net the reach back is, and if it's just folks that didn't get in the cohort, or is it folks that have gone through the cohort but haven't, for whatever reason, been able to progress. And I don't want to forget those folks either, and I don't know if there's a mechanism to include them.
So so when we're talking about communications for the, excuse me, was I supposed to ask for permission to talk?
You're fine. Go ahead, Celia.
Okay, sorry. So when we're talking about, I just get really excited. I think that's what it is. So I apologize if I'm not following public meeting procedure. So when we're talking about reaching back, we have a large email campaign. So we had an email drip campaign that went out through January up until the application opening, notifying anyone that has been on our emailing list, has signed up for, just commission notification, and then we're posting it everywhere, right? So that if we're saying that someone that has that license status and wants to apply for the program, they have various outlets to be able to understand that the application is open if they qualify. When we're talking about reaching back about where a provisional licensee may be stuck, technical assistance and training, we offer our program, like I had outlined before, we have benefits for people who are accepted into the program. Outside of that, when I'm engaging with people at that type of license type, whether it's provisional and final, and they're just trying to move forward, I don't have money to give. You know what I mean? I can't, some of the issues that you may be having with municipalities, we have, promulgated regs that are going to be implemented to help you with those nuances. So I'm here to support and listen and maybe connect you with different departments. We have updated resources and education that can maybe help you navigate how to get through whatever hurdle you have. But the majority of the time, I'm hearing that it's either a real estate or a monetary issue that is the barrier to push people forward. And so now that the Social Equity Trust Fund has come online, I would recommend that people would visit the Executive Office of Economic Development's website to see if they can submit that application and would qualify for those funds. But our reach is for everyone. I want everyone to apply for this program. I want everyone to have this opportunity. For me, this is super important because it's not just about being licensed in an industry, right? I've had people reach out to me and say that, maybe I was at a provisional, or maybe I was at a final licensure, or maybe I'm somewhere in the process, and going through your courses made me understand, or going through that process made me understand that maybe this is a good fit for me. Maybe I need to explore something else, and we have those opportunities available for people. And so I'd like to cast a wide net. I welcome everyone from any walk of life that feels like this is something that they're passionate about and wants to make a change in the industry. Hopefully, hopefully that makes sense.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, and thank you. Maybe at the future meeting, we could have an update on the job portal that was presented to us months back and where that stands. And I won't tie up any more time on that today. And also, if I may make a recommendation, that I know correctional facilities that hold employment opportunity career fairs. And, may I make a recommendation if we could reach out to correctional facilities to see if they are hosting those, and maybe we can partake in that for folks that are criminally justice involved, to know that there are career pathways and we are Corey friendly industry. So just from my prior experience, I know these happen, and I was just hoping maybe we can reach out to those correctional facilities. Thank you.
Celia, please. Director Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, because I know that we didn't want to hold up much time on it, but the Premier Virtual Platform, just to give a brief update, we have procured the platform. The platform takes a lot. It's something that's going to be developed. I'm definitely trying to focus on that once we get through the application period. We have the platform, so I'm excited about that. It's the build out that's heavy, right? There's a component where it gives access to it gives access to job opportunities, just one component of it. But then I need to link with licensees. So I need to build out the branding. So it's a big deal, right? I need to collaborate with all of the commissioners to figure out, commissioners and Madam Chair, to figure out, what is it that you want to see in this platform? How do we bridge the gap? Where do you see the opportunity? And just with a lot of different focuses that have been going on, I haven't been able to undertake the platform, but it is a priority for me. I would love to work on, as it has been echoed before, I am solidifying the community engagement plan and will be in contact with Madam Chair and commissioners with regards to how you can partner in some of the locations, or how myself and my staff can support you on your initiatives.
Thank you, Director Williams. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Director Williams. Everyone's calling you Director Williams, and I called you by your first name, so my bad. Director Williams, I wanted to give you a shout out while you were doing your presentation, because I know you had a lot of slides, but I also know it's very difficult to prep for the public and to prep for us internally. For me, every month we do this, it's always like nerve-wracking, right? Like you're in public, everyone's watching. So I just want to say thank you, and you did a good job. I just want to, let you know that. To the other directors, Mary Alice, if you can come on camera. I see Anne Marie. I don't know who else from the communications team that handled this project is online, and you may want to just show your face for us here in the background. But I just want to say thank you. I know that you all have been working on this project for about 2 years. And it's more than a video. And you came up with this vision. I remember being part of the conversations in the beginning. So I just want to say thank you. I think Commissioner Stebbins said it again, and Commissioner Acting Chair Concepcion, you mentioned it. We're doing our jobs. We're doing our jobs, and people are focused on this work, and the amount of detail and the amount of innovation and just relevancy of this campaign is so important. So kudos to you all and everyone who participated, because I know that when you give credit to one person and you leave somebody out, then, feelings get hurt. That's just real, but you know who you are. I don't think this team has an ego. So, you take it, spread the word to other folks who participated in this project. I want to give kudos to the legislators and those policy writers and makers that worked on making sure that Massachusetts had an equity mandate. We forget this. We were the first, I think, state to have an equity mandate in the cannabis industry. So I don't know. I wasn't here. So I don't know who wrote this. I don't know who put it all together, what elected officials were, in state government. But, kudos to them.
Question 4.
I'm sorry?
It was question 4. It was it was baked into that initiative.
Right.
It was the voters and then
Thank you. You said it exactly. But even that, right, after the voters legalized it, then the folks that work at the State House to write it all up and to put it in play, right? So that's what I meant. Thank you, Acting Chair Concepcion. That's helpful. But I think about the behind the scenes. I think about the operations. I think about just how this all came about, right, and why we're here, and how we're here. So I want to just give kudos to everybody who worked on that. I think we forget where this stuff comes from. We've seen other states like Hawaii model their equity program behind ours. And I know Oakland had an equity program as well. I don't know to the extent that Oakland had their program, but I just want to make sure that we understand this, because, when you look at the price tag on this, and I know folks who may talk about it outside or ask questions, we've being the former treasurer and being here for the last 3 years, you look at everything that this takes, manpower, budget, to create the awareness for this industry. And I'm glad that Anne Marie, somebody talked about it, either Anne Marie or Mary Alice, but raise awareness, recruit and potential applicants. I think this commission, this work, the voters, and our legislators, they deserve this campaign, because this campaign tells you, shows you, and it allows you to feel emotionally what this industry is about and what this commission is about and the work that we are doing every single day. I'm passionate about this work. It's why I chose to come work here. I was part of the criminal justice, field for many years before coming here. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, you said it at the end, Corey friendly, right? We're a Corey friendly state, but also when you see programs like this, it allows returning citizens to get back into the workforce if they choose. Doesn't mean that because you're a returning citizen, you decide to come into this industry. But I just want to say, I wanted to say that. The other piece of it is, and Director Williams will talk offline, I know that at some point this commission needs to think about the life of equity and equity programming at a bigger scale, right? We have a 5-year strategic plan. We have a portal that will come in at some point. We're doing all this outreach. We look at the numbers. When I first came here as a commissioner, I was heated because I'm looking at the numbers of licensees that have opened up under the economic empowerment and social equity, space. And I said, why aren't there more EEAs or SEPs? The more I did my job, the more I understood this industry. It is very difficult. The capital is hard. The politics being played with the host community agreements. We've seen it. It's difficult for people to get in. Now we have the social equity program, fund, and we're hoping that people can take advantage of that. But what I've learned, and I've matured as a person, as a professional, and as a commissioner, is that our social equity program is not just about creating licenses. It's about the other tracks that we see. Commissioner Stebbins, you and I talk about this all the time, and we kind of like high five at times because you and I love the ancillary track, right? I tell people you can do other things besides open a license. So, opening, besides having a license, opening a dispensary of cultivation or a lab or vice versa is not everything in this industry. When you look at the money that, the sales that we just hit in December, think about everyone who makes it happen. Consultants, HR folks, HVAC people, plumbers, painters, graphic designers, photographers, communications, media people. There is such a huge ecosystem when it comes to the cannabis industry. So for me, thank you for allowing me to kind of be on my soapbox right now, because this is a big deal. This is why I came to work at this place and why I sort of take the hits that I take. And do the work that I do because of this exactly here and the mission of the agency. And I want to say kudos again to folks who created this agency. It's why we're here today. So thank you. And Director Salia, I had those comments versus a question. We can talk more offline, but I really wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Director Williams, did you have any additional comments before you wrap this component of the agenda today? Okay. Well, again, I will say thank you. Thank you to the entire team. Salia, Mary Alice, and Marie, thank you so much for today's presentation. I think at this point, we can move on to the next item on the agenda. Actually, we're going into licensing. So it might make sense to take a break now before we hop into the licensing portion of the meeting. Let me ask, this could be our lunch break. It's 1:13, so maybe a 30-minute break. Does that sound okay to my fellow? Okay. Oh, wait, there's still more in the ED report. Okay, pause. Let me take a walk back. I will bring back our acting executive director, Deborah Hilton Creek, for additional items on the acting ED report. So acting executive director Hilton Creek.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that. So I believe the next update is going to be on Chapter 180, and Director Kyle Potvin, got your name right this time. Thank you, Kyle. Will present the updates on our implementation efforts. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, and welcome, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Acting Executive Director. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that was just, this isn't a possible presentation to follow from that. And is it possible to be in awe and not surprised by the work that that team just put out in front of this commission and the public? It is possible, because that is where I'm at right now. So first, I want to just recognize that myself, that was incredibly moving and incredibly informative. So great job, communications team. With that said, I will try to move forward here. First is just a general reminder to the public about some identification of key dates and milestones. This was presented to the commission and the public at our last January meeting, but this is our guiding, this is our goalposts for implementation, these dates and these phases. Just to reiterate, we have 5 phases right now that we're operating as big buckets. The first one, as again, not a surprise, is host community agreements, doing several different things, updating our applications, doing doing outreach communications. For example, a communication went out to our constituencies yesterday, giving them some information and setting some expectations about implementation of these new regulations. So that is in full force and moving forward. Updating some guidance documents and other documents, again, the model HCA, which we'll get into in a minute. But with everything with the goal of going live for March 1st, which I can say a lot of these things, if not all of them, are on point for that go live date of March 1st. Then going into phase 2, which includes some of our municipal equity standards and requirements, information about social equity businesses. Phase 3 is our community impact fee certification process. Phase 4 is updates to our pre-certification process for our social equity businesses, our businesses owned by a majority of economic empowerment and social equity program participants, and some amended agent registration information for to account for the changes from Chapter 180 and the reduction in barriers regarding criminal convictions and offenses, with an overall goal of phase 5, which includes things like standard operating procedures, updates to our websites, everything and anything by Halloween of 2024. So very aggressive goals here, but so far on par for accomplishing them. And that's due to everybody within this commission, all our departments, all our teams, truly has been an all hands on deck. Next slide, please. Since the last meeting in January, and again, wanted to qualify this as of the date these materials were due, these PowerPoints were due, which was February 1st, here's some updates for the commission. Based on the last public meeting, commission staff did launch a public comment period that ran from January 17th to the 31st. Those public comments have been assembled. I know commissioners have received them. Certain staff have received them. Staff are analyzing them as we speak and trying to incorporate those public comments that may be appropriate to do so in the draft model HCA that you saw in January, to bring that document back in as much a final form for the commission's consideration at the next public meeting. We have a draft on the guidance on host community agreements, which was modified from an existing document, but had to be modified to comply with the new statutory and regulatory requirements stemming from Chapter 180. That is under final review. An updated guidance on licensure to account for those changes as well, changes around host community agreements, the pre-certification process, and how it is anticipated to look, and also additional information about positive impact plans, which specifically outline the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund as an option to donate to as part of your positive impact plan. We are, like I said, we've done external communications, the most recent being just yesterday, to set expectations for our constituencies, updates to new and renewal license applications regarding the need to submit an HCA or an HCA waiver, updates to our positive impact plan section is in the final stage of development, not only to obtain the information that we need to do a compliance review, but also to capture certain data points in a particular way that can be used, not only by investigations and enforcement from a compliance perspective, but by our communications team, by our research team, by our data team, so that we could probably start doing some significant deep dives into the analysis on what is happening in the industry. Are positive impact plans having a positive impact? So there's some efficiencies and advancement in that area to be expected. Staff training on host community agreements and contract law. It says tentatively scheduled. It is tentatively scheduled right now for training later in February. And kind of a catch-all of all the miscellaneous things that the public may not see, but are essential to running an administrative agency. Those things include forms, checklists, notices regarding HCAs and positive impact plans. And those are all under final review and or being formatted by our phenomenal communications digital team, of which we just watched a phenomenal video. So we know the work that they can put in there. Next slide. As I think I indicated at the last public meeting, we wanted to start quantifying and showing some data around the pure volume of work that goes into regulations implementation. It is an extremely important task that we as an agency promulgated regulations by the due date. But as I've said before, time and time again, that is not the end of policymaking. There is now the implementation stage, which we are actively in. And here is a snapshot to kind of show the progress. And I do plan on, with the acting ED's permission, to keep on bringing this back as a status update at future meetings so that we can keep not only the commission informed, but the public informed and be transparent about progress. Here on this data snapshot, we have showing what we are calling deliverables. The deliverable essentially is the end work product. What's the final model HCA? That is a deliverable. The updated guidance on licensure, that is a deliverable. The guidance on host communities, that is a deliverable. Based on this slide, right now, and this is subject to change because we have actively been finding more deliverables to include into this project, we're at a total of 210 as of February 1st. You can see completed is at 17%, not started is at 59.5%. In progress is 23.3%. That means 49 of these end products are in progress with one or multiple of these items could be with a particular team. For example, say general counsel, they could have their part and currently have one of these deliverables, 3 of these deliverables on their plate being disseminated out to their staff at one time. Same thing goes for government affairs, investigations, licensure, communications, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Here is a deeper dive. So the last slide was talking about the end product. The end product really does not capture all the work that's going into these deliverables. For example, we have checklist items. This is the data around checklist items. And what do I mean by checklist items? If we take that big picture deliverable, that model HCA, okay, what's the checklist items for that? The original draft of it was done by our enforcement counsel team. It was then reviewed and edited by our general counsel team. It was then reviewed and edited by members of licensing or investigations. It then had to go to our communications team for formatting. It had to go to our communications team for checking to make sure the language was right and that it was consistent with grammatical situations, so on and so forth. So for one deliverable, you could have 6 different teams, 10 different teams touching it at 10 different points, putting in substantive work. So I don't want to misconceive anybody about checklist items being trivial. This is the substantive work being put in by members of the commission staff. And right now, as previously stated, there's 210 identified deliverables. Of those, there's 650 checklist items. And to date, as of February 1st, 223 of them have been accomplished and crossed off. Literally crossing off the checklist item means that a team member in some department, some team played a role in that document that was substantive and crucial. Again, that accounts for 34%. Not started is at 58%. In progress matches the number 49 to 49 because there's 49 deliverables out there and only one team is working on those 49 deliverables at one time. So that is at 7.5%. Again, critical for the commission's information and consideration is that this number of 650 is also anticipated to grow. This is definitely anticipated to grow. Namely because as we have been doing the substantive work, there's still administrative work on the back end of building out these checklist items for future deliverables in those 4-5 phases of this project. And that the majority of that work is done by Roque Rosa, our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement Assistant, who is amazing. And he does a lot of this work in the background, and he does it in a superb way. And again, another situation in which I can be in awe but not surprised. Next slide, please. With that being said, every team, as I said, within the agency is playing a role. It's all hands on deck. And some of the people that are playing maybe a significant role in a deliverable or a checklist item at that time, there may be another team member that's not involved in the project, but is carrying on the duties of that person and helping out in their own way. So I would be remiss if I did not identify some of the teams, at least in the past month, that have played significant roles in making sure that we're moving in the right direction. So again, this is probably a laundry list of all the teams, and I apologize if I forget anybody, but our communications team, traditional, digital, government affairs, equity programming, and community outreach, I&E's licensing team, investigations, enforcement counsel, constituent services, project management, our general counsel team, IT operations and data teams, and our research team. And again, I appreciate all their help. I appreciate their diligence. I appreciate everything about all of them. And with that, that is the update on Chapter 180 as of right now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Potvin. This is an enormous undertaking. We moved the goalpost on you, right, to March, and you guys have taken the bull by the horns and really done a tremendous job. So I want to thank you. I want to thank your team. I want to thank everybody listed here on this slide that we're looking at. My question is about one of the bullet points around the training, and it said contract law. Could you just talk, if you have any more information, is that a training for our staff, or is that training to help our licensees? And I just need a little more explanation on that, and maybe that would help the public as well. So again, hats off. Thank you so much for everything.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. That training, that specific training is for staff right now. And it's specifically for investigations and enforcement staff. And that's because come this March 1st date, when we start receiving these HCAs, their contracts, like we've talked about numerous times, we need to train our staff on how to review these, how to appropriately notate things that are compliant, things that are not compliant. And we need to arm our staff and our front line and our entire department on what compliance looks like for these host community agreements. So that training will be done by our, given to I&E staff by our amazing Enforcement Council staff. But right now that is just for staff.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And as follow-up, I think we kind of talked about this in our working group, is that at some point, you know, some of these will end up in a court of competent jurisdiction, and then the court perhaps would look to the commission as the experts. And we kind of talked about that in our HCA working group. So for best practices for CIFs that are reasonably related, how do we make that transparent so that folks know the best practices and understand? And I know there's no one size fits all and every community is different, and I realize that, but we are the experts, and folks, whether you're a licensee, you're a municipality, or you're a court of competent jurisdiction, I think will be looking to us. And how do we share that information?
Director Poppin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, another excellent question, and that is something that is usually something we try to delve into and provide as much insight into an interpretation of the regulations as much as possible, as much as that is reasonable, through a guidance document. And that guidance document on this particular subject, when it comes to reasonably related, generally occurring fees, that is right now in the draft guidance for host community agreements, which is hopefully going to be in front of you at the next public meeting. But that's where that additional insight and that kind of peeling back the curtain, the onion peel, that's where that usually happens, and that's what's being planned for right now.
Okay. Thank you, Director Poppin. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins? Commissioner Camargo?
I was just going to comment. Thank you for the update. This is very helpful for us, but also for the public and municipalities. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Director Poppin. We appreciate all of your work and all the team's work as well. Okay, so at this point, it's 1:31. I think this is a good time for us to break for lunch. And I can grab some tea. I think you can kind of hear my own congestion right now. So we'll take a 30-minute break. We'll reconvene. I'll say 30 minutes exactly. We'll reconvene at 2:02. You know what? I'll do a call of the roll. Let's see if there's a motion. Is there a motion for a recess, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. We'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Before I say aye, I'm just going to say I will be bowing out at this point.
Okay.
I've kind of hit my wall, but thank you all, and this was highly informative, so I'm so grateful that I didn't miss it, but I just want to let the public know and my colleagues know, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Oh, aye.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye, and feel better, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you for taking care of yourself.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Okay, so we are recessed until 2:02. All right. It is 12:02. We're back from recess. All right, the next agenda item. So there's more. I'll ask, because I know Derek Chamberlain is presenting on behalf of licensing for our licensing component, but the licensing data, is this Director Potvin? Is it our acting executive director? Just tell me who is providing this information. It's a question for AED.
So, Madam Chair, I believe this is either Director Potvin or Derek.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Commissioners. I can jump in here.
Hi, Derek.
Sorry
Okay,
about that.
awesome.
Technical difficulties on my end.
No problem. Welcome.
All right. Yeah, so I can certainly be happy to talk through some of these licensing data slides, given that I compile these slides for the Commission. So as you can see here, just basically an overview of kind of what we're going to be getting into with the provisional and final licenses. You can see here, similar to last month, where we actually had, I believe it was 0 applications awaiting first review last month. We only have 4 this month. So licensing staff is continuing to review these and make progress. Could we go to the next slide, please? All right, again, similar to previous months, you can see here we're looking at that year-over-year growth of the commence operations at about the same rate that typically remains stagnant at about 25%. You can see the 26.6% here for a total of 627 commence operations across all license types within the industry. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here is our famed pizza tracker chart, as it has lovingly been referred to. You can see here again, we like to highlight certain license types, typically here the cultivators and our delivery operators and couriers for the commence operations over time. Typically, you can see, I mean, this certainly shows to me a continuous growth of the industry. We're continuing to ramp out licenses, both provisional and final. Inspections are getting done and places are opening their doors. Certainly, if there's any questions on this particular data, I'd be happy to field those as well. Right. With that, I believe that might be the last licensing slide for the data, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Derek, I believe I see Commissioner Camargo's hand. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. This is like a kind of slash comment, question, thought for us as a commission. Sure. You know, and I've talked about this before. You know, when I look at the cultivation licenses, we're at 126 in terms of cultivation. There's about 30 in the final license stage, right? And then 187 on the provisional license. And who knows where they're stuck, right? And what they're doing and how long that's going to take. But, you know, we've, you know, I think most of us are going into our 4th year here at the commission, and I'm nervous about the market saturation in terms of cultivation. And I know we're going to be talking about later on in a few months, just talking about more policy changes or regulatory stuff. But do we, as like behind the scenes, do we know? Not know, but I guess how do I phrase it? Are we tracking some of these provisional licenses in terms of where they're at and how they're moving to then determine market saturation or anything like that? Is, you know, I think we got to start being concerned about market saturation.
Sure. So in terms of the licensing data that we put together, the best we can really do, and I know it's included in the end slides here as part of the commission presentation, is a tracking of the total amount of tier relative to each category here from pending through commence operations. So we certainly have insight into the amount of, I guess you could say, potential tier that's coming our way. And I think if I were to crunch these type of numbers, I would really want to look at just a breakdown in terms of the time on average that we have between each section over time. So by that, I mean, when someone's provisionally approved, how long does it take until they're at the provisional license stage? And then the same from provisional to final, final to commence. I think it would also be helpful to break that data down into something that looks at tier size, because certainly if you're running a tier 1 operation, you would assume that that's much less legwork to get running than a tier 11. You know, you're dealing with much less square footage, you're dealing with, you know, less lighting concerns, less energy concerns. So I'd be interested to see what that timeline looks like from a similar tier breakdown over time. That's certainly something I'd be happy to look into along with Director Potvin. And I would anticipate that depending on the stage, we could also get some good data out of our investigations group and our inspections group, as those are the people that are, you know, really on site and seeing firsthand the kinds of challenges that licensees are looking at when they're looking to get operational. Certainly beyond that, you know, there's always that sort of gray area in terms of, you know, why is someone not moving forward? Well, is it, you know, related to problems that they're having with the property itself, problems that they're having securing certain permitting? It could be a whole number of things. And unfortunately, from a data perspective, it's kind of subjective, right? It's the reason one person may not be moving forward. It could be very, very different from the reason someone else isn't, or the reason that the industry at large isn't moving forward. That's certainly something I'd be happy to take a look into following this public meeting.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, if I may, and Derek, and you know, thank you. You know, when I also look at product manufacturing, right? I don't know. Sure. You know, I almost have the same question for that. I know we don't have it highlighted, but when we look at their provisional licenses, it's 136 that are sitting there, 18 on the final, and then obviously product manufacturing is so many different products. But I think, you know, things take time at this commission, but I think, you know, I'm always thinking ahead of us and beyond us. So, you know, when does an agency like ours start thinking about oversaturation of the market and what we're seeing right now with the price and folks shutting down and, you know, all that other good stuff. So I think, and I don't know, commissioners, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I don't know if you all have thoughts or any concerns around that, then maybe we can, Madam Chair, maybe it's a topic down the line, you know, in a few months or something, but I really want to, you know, just keep bringing that up to the forefront, but also have some kind of analysis from our team down the line. I know we're working on Chapter 180, so it just does not have to be in March or April, but I think it's something we should prepare for because I know it takes time.
I think what you're asking is a reasonable question, and it's something that's been posed to me, you know, by external stakeholders, licensees. I'm thinking about how what information and how to present that. I think it's reasonable in terms of the question. I think that it would be helpful for us to have data presented at a public meeting. But let me put some more thought into it. Commissioner Camargo, are you offering to lead that conversation? What are your thoughts around it?
I would say that's a good question. Thank you for asking me that. My plate's a little full right now. However, because it's a longer conversation, I'm happy to sort of get my thoughts out, not in a public meeting, and maybe Derek, our acting CIE, and Director Potvin, maybe we can meet and I can kind of just sort of get out my thoughts and questions around that, and maybe come back to you, Chair, in terms of that answer, you know, because I know there's a lot behind that question that I'm asking, and in terms of the data, the analysis, you know, there's other stuff that we can do internally, but I just think as a policy topic, we can either leave it to the next commission, because most of us have 2 years left here, you know, or we can talk about it. We could start talking about it now, but I think that's something that either, you know, us sitting commissioners or the next commissioners are going to have to think about that. you know? So again, long term.
It's something that it was contemplated before we got here too, because I think when even the prospect of cannabis legalization, that conversation started, and then the first iteration of the commission, there was sort of a conversation about market saturation. When will we reach that point? What happens? How do we put the right safeguards in place? And I don't believe she's here now, but I believe Dr. Johnson, there's some information in some of the data that she's compiled in the past too. So that might also be a good point to start too, because there is some information that is contained within our archives here at the Cannabis Control Commission.
I'll just say this, Madam Chair, if I may. I'm happy to meet with our team and, you know, down the line, maybe by the next maybe 2 meetings, and then come back. And I think we, you know, I can share my thoughts with you, and we'll see where we go from there. But I don't want to take full responsibility today for it, just because I'm working on social consumption and delivery as we speak. So I'm trying to kind of get that moving, but I think it's a bigger question. So I'm happy to meet Derek offline and kind of just get my thoughts, and maybe you guys can, you know, survey all the commissioners, you know, in terms of some of that. So just a thought. But
Commissioner Camargo, do you mind restating? So the information that you're seeing, just tell me either the action or the question. Just rephrase it so that it's really clear too for both myself and for the staff that's listening.
I appreciate that. I will reach out to Derek and our acting CIE Gnome to set up a meeting within the next, I would say, 2 months, to just have an educational discussion around this and sort of my questions to sort of understand this better.
When you say
but also,
what do you mean this? What is this?
Market saturation.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And then I'm happy to come back and either share, or depending on where that conversation goes, you know, we can go from there. But for right now, this is a big topic, and we have a lot of big topics that we're trying to work on right now. So I don't want to make it another thing. I'm thinking long term. You know, I'm thinking the next 6 to 8 months, right, of a conversation. But for me as a commissioner right now, I'm curious about the topic. I'm curious about the data. I'm curious about, you know, is someone on our team behind the scenes, you know, doing financial forecast or marketing, or, you know, in terms of understanding the market. I'm sorry. So I guess it's more individual questions for me to understand, to even be able to give you more, you know, more information. But it's just something that I've been thinking about it for a while. I've mentioned it in many public meetings. You know, we see what's happening. We see what's happening in other states. So it's, you know, again, it may be something where it's a conversation toward the end of the year or something like that. But right now, I don't have too many answers for you, just that I'm very curious on it.
That's helpful. I just wanted to understand more about the questions that you have in mind. And I know that it's you don't have the answers to it yet, but I know you were asking about things. And I was trying to think about the most recent conversation I had around market saturation, because it does come up pretty frequently now. And I think it might have been one of the components of the Chronicle interview when we were on Chronicle. And usually the question is around the price and the price of products, and the rationale, the reasoning behind that. We know that there are a lot more people online. It's really beneficial for consumers. But on the other side of things, we have to talk about licensees and the implications it has on them as well. So what you're saying is timely. It's a timely conversation. I think it will help a lot of people if we sort of had everything up front and went through those data points. I think it would be helpful. So thank you for raising it.
Yeah. So I'm happy to have the initial conversation, but I'm managing internal and external expectations that this is not a conversation that's going to be on the agenda anytime soon. But it's just kind of starting to think about what those questions are that we want to ask or learn about internally and externally, and Commissioner Stebbins, I think you and I did this work when we did social consumption. We had a master's program at a Northeastern University help us look at the landscape of social consumption throughout the country, right? And sort of do an environmental scan. It's something to that, right? What does the market look like? Where will we be in Massachusetts in the next 5-10 years when it comes to this stuff? So, but thank you, Derek. Thank you for indulging me. And it's always a reminder that this is the only time that we can talk to each other and kind of just really have open conversation about thoughts. But that's something that I keep thinking about while I've learned the industry and I see what's happening in the industry. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to talking with you more about it, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, may I?
Oh, I see Commissioner Stebbins,
Commissioner
and then
Stebbins first.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you.
Sure. And thank you, Debbie. Sorry. Yeah, I was going to pick up on one point that, Derek in presenting this information, and repeatedly at meetings, we've come back to that dividing line, right, on provisional licenses and why they don't keep moving left or right. And I think, Derek, you touched on it. Could be for any number of reasons why somebody gets stuck at provisional phase. It doesn't complete the journey, I guess, to commence operations. And that's anecdotal for every provisional licensee that's out there. I think what is if you're going to dig into the data, I think what I'd be interested is looking at how long some of those provisional licenses have sat stagnant. How many are a year old? How many are 2 years old? I mean, Commissioner Camargo touched on the fact we're entering our 4th year of service. How many of those did we approve the first month that we were here, and they still have not moved, still have not gotten any traction? And certainly I join with my colleagues, right, as we're out and about and talking to folks in the industry, talking to stakeholders. I remember some of my very first early speaking engagements when we certainly were not close to 627 commence operations. We were already getting questions about, oh, they're everywhere. When's the market saturation going to hit? When is this going to stop? So I'd be interested in to dig into those details. I also want us to be mindful, and I realize this is the only time we have to talk about it, but we realize that more folks coming into the industry has done a number of things. First of all, for the revenue it generates for the Commonwealth, for the jobs that are created, what it has done for the price. I know folks probably had to build out a business plan where price per ounce at one estimate, and it might be somewhere else now. And we've kind of gone through that bell curve, but at the same time, for the consumer, that's a good thing. So, and there are other interesting elements around looking at, the market landscape. When we started, we were the only one in the Northeast that had adult use. We've had several other states come online. And yet we just reported our most successful December and our most successful year. So I also want to be mindful about the message we're sending when we're thinking about this topic, because we know folks out there, they hear something that a regulator says and they immediately start to pivot, they start to adjust plans, they get nervous, or they see opportunity. So I'm mindful of that. And we also just had a big kickoff to our SCP program. So I don't want our message on one hand to be opportunities are still there, and then we're sending a different message. So this is the only opportunity we have time to meet and talk in public. And I've said it before, the open meeting law gets a little clunky. So I'm just trying to put all of this conversation in context. I think there is more data diving we can do. I think It's interesting. I've had the chance to get out and visit dispensaries that align our new neighboring borders that have opened up for adult use. Some of the dispensaries I talk to show no decline in sales. They're still doing well. They're still, parking lots are still full with people from other states. And again, we remind them that if you buy it here, consume it here, don't take it across state lines. So I appreciate the conversation. I want to do a digger dive into some of the numbers and where the pipeline is moving or the pipeline isn't moving. But again, just trying to put some guardrails up around the conversation if I can.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Acting Executive Director Deborah Hilton Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this conversation is pretty timely, actually, and I totally agree with everything that's said. Being mindful of the discussions and where they lead and the inference that can be taken away from these discussions. But I totally agree with Commissioner Camargo. When you look at market saturation, it's what you're really talking about is market maturity and the life cycle of the product. So I think everything that we're saying right now really are or really is intertwined. So looking at SEP, when we look at market saturation, when we look at life cycle and maturity, how is that going to impact the SEP program? So there are a lot of different moving parts to this, but I think the conversation is timely, and it's going to take quite a bit of time for us to get through, what it is we're looking at, what we need to look at for the future. How are we going to, implement rules that are going to set up our operators and applicants and, individuals who are interested in the social equity program? How are we going to set them up for a competitive market advantage? So this is really a big conversation. So again, I agree with everything that's being said here, and I would love to be a part of that conversation, Commissioner Camargo, because I've been thinking about this a lot, and I do have some ideas around some of the approaches that the agency can take and, where we can go with this, but it's very big. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Debbie. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, absolutely. Debbie, thank you so much. I agree. It's a big conversation, which is why I feel like we always tippy-toe around it. And we've been talking about it a little bit, but I agree. It's a big conversation. And I also think that this is also like, it's a recruitment too, because I think the next executive director that comes into this agency, this will be one of the things that they'll be working on, right? In terms of something like this. This is really big picture at its best. So I think that it's timely, like you said. And I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, definitely we always have to manage expectations of the public. So I think that I appreciate your comments as well. So I'm happy to sort of start conversation in a few months with our team. I'm going to give myself at least 2 months and just think about what that looks like. But again, Debbie, to your point, it's a bigger conversation for a lot of us to have. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Derek, I don't know if this is the last slide, so I'll let you continue.
Certainly. Yep, we can advance the slide. I think that was the last one. Yep. All right.
Okay. Before we begin licensing, I do have to make a note of one of our sections, but just overall, because there are only 3 commissioners present and Commissioner Camargo, I believe there are 2 recusals from you on 2 of those licenses. They will have to be tabled into our next meeting. The other option, actually, hold on one moment. If our general counsel could join us, Cressida Gasson, I see that you just sent me a notification. I just want you to provide it for everyone here so we're aware. So the 2 options are either it's tabled or it can be delegated. do you mind explaining what that entails?
Sure. Hi, commissioners. Yes, usually we would need to have a quorum of 3 commissioners to take a vote to approve a license at a public meeting. However, this could be achieved either by, we could either table to the next meeting if you wanted to have a quorum of commissioners consider the matter, or you could make a motion to delegate the approval of that license to licensing staff in order to effectuate that purpose if you're concerned about waiting to consider it at the next public meeting.
Are there any thoughts from Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, General Counsel. I guess I'd turn my question to Derek and I don't know what licenses we're referring to, but is there any harm to the licensee if a vote on their license is put off until the next meeting? If we have another meeting in February, I mean, we can certainly suggest adding that to the agenda, so it's a matter of a week or two. But
through the chair, I believe our statute says that if a licensee is in compliance with all the requirements for licensure, that the renewal shall be issued. So I don't, from my perspective, if the licensing staff were to assert that it can be approved, I wouldn't see any issue in having that delegated to staff. But obviously, it's your option if you want to review these renewals at a public meeting. So you can have, again, that's that option that you have.
Christina, I'm not completely clear on what you're saying. Do you mind explaining a little bit more?
Sure. So our regulations indicate that renewal licenses shall be approved if they meet the requirements for licensure. So if they're compliant, commissioners are supposed to issue the licenses. So again, I don't see any harm in delegating that to staff if they can ensure that the license is compliant, and if they've been doing that, if it's on the docket today. Other than that, you can, if you'd like to weigh in on these renewals, which you also have a right to do, you could, at the public meeting, you can also decide to move it to the next public meeting.
Are you saying that we can delegate staff to approve a renewal? I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, or we're saying that they can. I'm still not completely clear.
I apologize if I'm not being clear. I think you do have authority. So if you made a motion today to delegate a renewal to staff for approval, so long as they meet all the conditions of licensure, I think you do have that authority to do so. And again, I'm not as concerned about doing so on a short notice, because again, if a license is already compliant and on the docket for today, normally you can obviously have the right to discuss anything you like at a public meeting. So if you want to discuss renewals or anything about the applications, it's on the agenda for you to do so. But again, I do think you can, if you'd like to issue that license in a more expedient fashion, I think you can delegate that to staff. And I'd welcome Derek or anybody else's feedback. If I'm explaining this poorly, I apologize.
Thank you, Christina. Derek, I know Commissioner Stebbins had an outstanding question, so I want to first, make sure that he receives a response to the question around the impact this could potentially have. Do you mind providing that response and then any additional information?
Is that to Derek? Sorry.
That is to Derek, yes.
Yes, sorry about that. So real quick, I will say on the side, I have conferred with the Acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and she said that she is comfortable with pursuing that as a delegation and me approving it if the commission decides to go that way. I guess the one question I would kind of have, because my legal mind is sort of racing here too, is for general counsel, is would there be any issue with me nominating that renewal and then having a say on the approval of it?
So I'm sorry, what do you mean nominating it and making a decision?
Sure. Certainly. So I'll be doing the presentation today. So presenting the provisional license, final license renewal, what have you, for a vote to the commission. If it's then delegated to me, is there any legal issue with me then approving that thing that I have just put forward to the commission?
I don't see any issue. Again, I think we're discussing it now in general terms because it involves like a matter in which one of the commissioners is recused, and that's kind of why we're not discussing the substance of the renewal. So if I'm being a little bit vague, it's on purpose. But so I think
Certainly.
that the goal would be to make that that motion to delegate it prior to doing the presentation on all the other licenses, so that the commissioner who is recused on that one license, is able to participate in the discussion of the other licenses. But other than that, I don't see anything that would prevent that motion to delegate it to either the CIE or the director of licensing or any other staff member that they believe that can make that decision. Again, I'm being a little bit, we're off the cuff here because again, we do say, it does say that we shall issue a renewal license if they meet all requirements and if it's in good standing. If employees are able to certify that, then again, I don't have any issue.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, I appreciate the conversation. Just to the general counsel, I want to be clear. So because there are only 2 eligible votes on this, we can't approve it, but we can have 2 eligible votes to defer it or refer it back to either licensing or INE to extend the license.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So we can have 2 voting on the motion, and that would be sufficient.
That's correct. So you would make a motion to delegate the licenses to whichever staff member, if it was the chief of investigations and enforcement, and then not discuss the substance of the license because that's the reason why there's a recusal. And then just at that point, you'd be able to discuss the other licenses.
So the motion will carry even though there's not a quorum of commissioners in favor of the motion.
No, you still need 3 commissioners to participate in the motion.
Let's see, that's what Commissioner Stebbins is asking.
Oh, okay. No, because you're not, the recused commissioners are not going to be deliberating on the actual license. I think it's proper for a motion to move that to staff and delegate that to staff, so long again as you're not discussing any of the merits of the license during the motion.
Okay.
But if this is concerning to you, again, you also have the option to table it if you'd like to.
I understand what you're saying now. So all 3 can vote on the motion because we are not discussing the substance of the license in question, or licenses.
Correct. So the recused commissioner is not deliberating on the license and whether it should be approved. It's just delegating that authority to staff.
Okay. That makes sense. I needed to make sure I understand before we proceed. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from anyone here at this point? Okay, thank you, General Counsel. Derek, we can proceed into staff recommendations on licensure.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Chair. All right, if we could advance 1 slide, please. Thank you. Starting off here, we have the staff recommendations for changes of ownership. Today, there are 3 proposed changes of ownership for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff recommend review and decision on these changes before you.
Okay.
Let's see. So I actually just want to confirm here. I have a slightly different order. So my first order, I believe, starts with number 3, Ashley's Inc. I can go by the order that was presented here on the slide if you'd like, and jump around, or we'd like to proceed.
Let's go with whatever's easiest for you, Derek. I don't know if you're reading from the screen or reading from a paper, but I can follow you, so that's fine.
Sure. We'll go with my order then. That way, I won't be doing so much scrolling in between. So we'll start with number 3 here, which is Ashley's Inc. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Ashley's Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. Next up, I have number 4, Auntie Buds. The licensee here is Auntie Buds LLC, seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for Auntie Buds LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. The licensee here next is Cannabis Provisions Incorporated, seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for, and Derek, correct me, Cannabis Provisions Incorporated? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. Last up, the licensee here is West County Collective LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for West County Collective LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Second. Sorry, you didn't hear me.
No, I'm sorry. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Oh, sorry. Aye. Sorry.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Derek.
Great. Thank you. Looks like we can advance 1 slide, please. Okay. So I'll start by saying today we have 99 license renewals for the Commission's consideration. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the Commission's regulations and applicable law.
Thank you, Derek. So there's a few things here. I know that Commissioner Stebbins has conditions, and there's a recusal on 2 renewals as well. So I think the first thing we'll do is do the motion to delegate so that we can do the remainder of the roster and go through the conditions. So Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to delegate authority to the Director of Licensing to review the following 2 renewals? Number 91, Verdant Reparative Incorporated, MRR 206552, and number 92, Verdant Reparative Incorporated, MPR 070.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. I will now ask our General Counsel, Christina Gasson, just to confirm that that was an adequate motion for the delegation.
Yes, I think that is a good motion. I know someone just raised that the Director of Licensing might be out of office. I apologize if I wasn't aware of that. So if you wanted to make another motion to strike and amend it to the acting chief of investigations, you can also do it that way. Or again, I'm under the gun here, so I'm trying my best. But I'm happy to serve as much as I can. So
it is public meeting time.
With you all.
I don't know what difference that makes. So tell me what the Director of Licensing not being present right now for the delegation, what effect does that have?
If it's a short-term, if it's a short-term absence, they would just, again, that would be delegated to the Director of Licensing to make the determination. The only issue would be if it was like an extended absence, if you wanted to get the license approved more quickly. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to amend our motion to strike the Director of Licensing and insert the Acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement?
So moved, and happy public meeting day.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Happy to second that.
Right, and I'll do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Look at us. We got through that. Okay. All right. Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins, you have conditions on 15, 36, and 61. 15 being Braxton Pistols, 36 being Green Star Herbals, and 61 being Patriot Care Cooperative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we will take Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the staff recommendations on renewals for items 1 through 14, 16 through 35, 37 through 60, and then 62 through 75.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Before I go back to the ones where there are conditions, Derek, am I missing any? Did I go? I'll repeat it for you. Just you can get to dual eyes or all eyes on this.
Certainly.
So we did items 1 through 14, 16 through 35, 37 through 60, and then 62 through 75. And the ones that's correct. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. So now that brings us to item 15, which is Brax and Pistols. Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind, can you please share the condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division to provide an update on current progress toward goals in diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500-1034B, 935 CMR 500-1011C 8K. Just to offer an explanation for the benefit of our licensee, they are a delivery operator doing very well in terms of their focus on hiring from areas of disproportionate impact, and they provided that kind of breakdown. I didn't see in their breakdown on their progress toward diversity goals any of those numbers. So it just might be a simple document that they have, but it would be great to have us as have that information as part of our record.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, are there any additional questions or comments? Nope, and no conditions. Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the recommendation, the change of ownership for Brats and Pistols DOR 518967, subject to the conditions articulated by you, Commissioner Stebbins?
Chair, just for clarification, I think you might have said change of ownership, but it's for a renewal. But I'm happy to make that motion with the friendly amendment.
Let me rephrase it for the record. I'll restate it for the record, and there are additional renewals that need to be added to for the entire commission too. So I'm going through things. Okay, let's go back. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yes.
Is there a motion to approve the renewal for Brats and Pistols DOR 518967, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, before we go into Green Star Herbals, which is number 36, I will ask for 2 additional rosters to be approved, renewal rosters, and that's for 76 through 90, and then 93 through 99. And Derek, if you can check, do it just a double check, just to, okay. All right.
Certainly.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the renewals for number 76 through 90 and numbers 93 through 99?
So moved. I was just reviewing it. Yeah.
I'm glad you're doing that. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Now we have Green Star Herbals, which is number 36, with a condition from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, can you please provide your condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. The proposed condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to consider identifying any goals for LGBTQ plus residents under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K and 935 CMR 500.1034B.
Are there any questions or additional conditions? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the renewal for Green Star Herbals MRR 206741, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, and last we have Patriot Care Cooperative, which is number 61. Commissioner Stebbins, can you please share your proposed condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is as follows. Within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to consider identifying any goals for veterans, residents with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ residents under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K and 935 CMR 500.103 4B.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional conditions or comments or questions? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the renewal for Patriot Care Cooperative MRR 206720, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, Derek.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. If we could advance the slide, please. All right, excellent, thank you. So next up, we have staff recommendations on provisional licenses. Today, there are 6 provisional license recommendations for commission consideration. And as I always do, I'd like to highlight that this group of applicants includes a women-owned business, a veteran-owned business, and 2 social equity participants. Commission staff therefore recommend review and decision on these provisional licenses. The first up here, the applicant is Chill and Bliss LLC. The proposed location is 356 South Avenue, units 5A and 5B, located in Whitman, Mass. They're seeking a retail license and received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. So I've not received any conditions for this license, but at this time, are there any conditions for number 1, Chill and Bliss? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Chill and Bliss LLC MRN 284916?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant here is Faded Flowers LLC. The proposed location is 18 Bay State Drive, located in Chester, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Are there any conditions or comments on this license, this provisional license application? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Faded Flowers LLC MCN 283840?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant here is Medicine Man Solutions, LLC. The proposed location is 446 Winthrop Street, located in Taunton. They're seeking a retail license, and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Medicine Men Solutions, LLC, MRN 283261?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo, and I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant here is Melting Pot Manufacturing Incorporated. The proposed location is 321 West Grove Street, Floor 2, Unit 1, located in Middleborough, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Melting Pot Manufacturing Incorporated, MPN 281882?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Next, the applicant here is Pure Tewksbury, Inc., doing business as Smythe Cannabis Co. The proposed location is 1695 Shawsheen Street, located in Tewksbury, Mass. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, I understand you have 2 conditions for this provisional license application. Do you mind providing the proposed conditions?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Proposing 2 conditions for this provisional license applicant. The first condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and verify nonprofit partner status and confirmation to accept donations in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. The second condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and verify your nonprofit partner's ability to support your interest in assisting the disproportionately impacted area of Lowell in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. Just for a quick clarification, the license applicant is very open and excited about having a positive impact on the nearby DI community of Lowell. However, in looking at their positive impact plan, they plan to donate some money to an organization that seems to serve the South Shore within its mission. So I just want to make sure that there's some alignment between their interest and their strategy. So whatever clarification they can provide us would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional conditions or comments on Pure Tewksbury's provisional application? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Pure Tewksbury Incorporated MRN 284994, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Finally, today for our provisional licenses, we have the Copley Connection LLC. The proposed location is 551 Boylston Street, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. I have not received any conditions, but I will ask Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo if there are any conditions or comments on this provisional license application. Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for the Copley Connection LLC, MRN 284935?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Okay, thank you, Chair. We could advance one slide, please. Thank you. Next up are staff recommendations for final licenses. As you recall, typically these are presented in a batch and voted on as such. Today we have 9 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to those conditions before you.
Thank you. I have not received any conditions, but I will take a moment to see if there are any conditions or comments from my fellow commissioners. Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the final licenses for 1 through 9?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. Could advance the slide 1, please. Thank you. Next up, we have staff recommendations for responsible vendor training. First up, the applicant here is, First up, the applicant here is 420 Trainers, LLC. They're seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the RVT program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments, and therefore Commission staff recommend Commission approval on this, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training for 420 Trainers, LLC, DCCN 462255?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Camargo and seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. Next up, the applicant is Bright Buds Training. They're seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in a responsible vendor training program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Therefore, Commission staff recommend Commission approval of this application subject to the conditions before you. Excuse me.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training application for Bright Buds Training, DCCN 462226?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor and none opposed. Derek?
Thank you, Chair. If we could advance one slide, please. Thank you. Today for RVT renewals, we have 1 recommendation. The recommendation here is the certified RVT here is MACT LLC. They're seeking to renew and be approved for another 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently provide virtual training environments, and over the past 2 years, they provided instruction for 841 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Therefore, Commission staff recommend Commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. I alternate, but I forgot who I alternated with the last time, so I'll start from the beginning. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo. Okay. I think I'll state it for the record, just because I know they're writing the notes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal for MACT LLC, RVR 453145?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made and seconded. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Derek, thank you so much for all your help today. I know you usually have closing remarks, so I will give you the floor again to provide any sort of comments that you wish to make.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. for a very fun, interesting public meeting today. This is, as always, I will certainly, anytime I get the floor like this, I always have to thank the great INE staff that helps me get to this point and helps us to put on a great presentation for you and the public. So of course, that includes our Acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, our Director of Licensing, and all the other commission staff today. So I'd like to acknowledge all of their hard work in preparing those materials, and thank you all very much once again for the opportunity.
Derek, before you leave, it always gets interesting. This is an interesting public meeting. I have to stop because I just received some correspondence about the name of one of the approvals today for the final license. It was Grasp Ventures, not Grass Ventures. So if we can go back to the final license slide, that would be helpful. Okay.
Yep.
I'll pinpoint that one, so it's number 4. Just I'll say it again for the record, just to make sure that there's no confusion or complications on the back end. So, Derek, do you mind just providing us the overview for the final
Certainly.
license for number 4? Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. So today we had the 9 final license recommendations for Commission's consideration. Among those, to be clear, that includes number 4, which is Grasp Ventures, GRASSP Ventures LLC. And obviously, Commission staff recommend review and decision on those final licenses, subject to any conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the final license for Grasp with a P, GRASSP Ventures LLC, MD 1262?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you so much, Derek, and thank you for the person who caught it and got to us before we concluded today. Commissioner Camargo, is your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Derek, I just want to say thank you, but I'm glad you said the word fun. Debbie keeps reminding us that we need to have fun. So this was fun. Thank you for bringing it. We appreciate it. It's already 3 o'clock and we still have a lot to go. So thank you.
I know,
Certainly.
I know. Thank you so much, Derek. And I know we'll see you again soon, but thank you for all of your work. Because I know, you come on here and we go through licenses, but you've just been doing an incredible job on just the overall implementation efforts. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Again, really appreciate it. And here's to some more fun. I'll see you all next month.
All right.
Thanks,
Okay.
Derek.
Thank you, Derek. All right, so the next thing, we're going into commission discussion and votes. The first item on this agenda for these topics is the acting executive director and commission check-in. Commissioner Stebbins, I will give you the floor just to sort of give us sort of an overview of the conversation, and we'll begin with your comments.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I've kind of thought this through, so I apologize if I'm going to be a little wordy on this, but as Commissioner Camargo points out, we're in this strange period of the commission's life right now, right? So as we all know, it was a little over 3 months ago that we asked our new chief people officer, Debbie Hilton Creek, to assume the additional and considerable responsibilities of acting executive director. I certainly appreciate her willingness to take on these additional responsibilities. All of us have spoken about the challenge of one individual having to serve several full-time bosses. We know that in the workplace, both public and private, customary for new employees to be afforded the opportunity for a review of their work, usually within a trial period of the first 90 to 100 days of somebody starting a position. Of course, that course of direction is usually spelled out in advance and planned for a new job candidate. Understanding that Ms. Hilton Creek's appointment to fill the role is on an acting capacity, an unscheduled process certainly would not seem appropriate. However, the open meeting guidelines, though oftentimes clunky, can actually provide for a meaningful conversation for the acting executive director with the entire team of commissioners. I do believe, Acting Chair, your suggestion of some type of check-in is a good strategy. Helps us to support the acting ED's work and responsibilities and to help have a discussion on key administrative priorities that I think remain ahead of us during this intervening period while we search for a new ED. Just confirming expectations for us as commissioners and for the acting executive director is a smart operational move, and it becomes extremely transparent. Certainly, commissioners always have the opportunity along the way during the acting executive director's report and public meetings to share our views and ask questions. We've also welcomed and utilized the opportunity for one-on-one check-ins with the acting executive director. I will also add that I appreciate the evolution of the public executive director's report over the past few years since we all assumed our seats. Just a side note, it's not just about data, but it's opportunities for our entire team to share their work. The purpose of this check-in is meant to be both informal, conversational, but provide that meaningful feedback, communication, and back and forth. I'm happy to kind of kick off the conversation today, and then obviously Chair and Commissioner Camargo invite you to offer your thoughts. Hopefully, though, we can coalesce around some key priorities as a body for our AED to focus on as we move forward. And additionally, we welcome any thoughts she wishes to share about taking on the work in front of us in our ongoing regulatory work. As I said at the outset, thankful for Debbie to step into this role so shortly after joining our team. It came at a time when some key management leaders who had been with the commission for a number of years were leaving for exciting new professional opportunities. In the short time getting to know Ms. Hilton Creek during both her interview for the CPO position, her tenure here at the commission, I have appreciated how she has leaned into learning the breadth of operations and the work here at the commission. I completely appreciate that if her signature and approval is going on a license, a bulletin, or commence operations decision, that she has reviewed it thoroughly. She keeps a busy schedule of calls with our team and is certainly checking her emails at all hours of the day based on some responses I've gotten when I've been doing emails. And as a commissioner, I think it's important to try to CC her on emails that are going back and forth with staff. She also often weighs in on those emails, and it speaks to her growing awareness of the industry and the emerging trends. And I think we've heard her touch on some of those subjects today. I also know how committed she is to recruiting great candidates and allowing job candidates to see a path to grow here at the commission. As we've used this meeting to talk about the industry's best month in December, the kickoff of our next SEP cohort, and news today from our acting executive director of 2 key staff leadership appointments, I'm also mindful of the work ahead. Onboarding these 2 new management leaders, full implementation of Chapter 180 in preparation for the new HCA review, kicking off the ED recruitment search effort with strong commissioner participation, and working with our team to advocate for the commission's budget in upcoming hearings. I think we know the coming fiscal year appears to be a challenging one for the Commonwealth. So these are the immediate challenges and priorities right in front of us, and certainly from my viewpoint. To be successful, I do invite our AED to continue communicating with commissioners and employ us where she feels or thinks we might be helpful. All of these immediate priorities involve the hard work and talents of our entire team. And I want our acting ED, Debbie, to know, as I hope you already know, that we're here to be a resource to assist and help you and the team, especially while you were tackling these 2 roles. How we can continue to support you and the team to tackle this work is something I'm sure we're all committed to. While I have outlined some of the key priorities I think are in front of us, I do wish to reiterate some comments I've made before at some of our public meetings. I want us to be mindful and cautious about taking on some longer range objectives in advance of hiring our next executive director. I truly want to offer our next leader of the commission the chance to make their own imprint on the broader operational decisions and strategic goals. I believe that recruiting the right leader to build upon the commission's work and guide it into the next stage of its life is critical. And I want us to be sensitive to anything that limits their ability to be that innovative and entrepreneurial and effective leader. So, Chair, thank you for suggesting this check-in and opportunity to support the AED and the team. I think it's a worthwhile check-in for all of us for the reasons I've stated. Debbie, I want to thank you for your work. I certainly want to invite you to offer any thoughts on the points I've raised, or we can invite you to share your thoughts after each commissioner has shared their thoughts. But finally, if I've missed any milestones or achievements that we haven't touched on that you want to share with us, certainly want to give you that opportunity as well. So, Madam Chair, I think that covers it for me, and I'm happy to kick it back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Stebbins. I have a few bullet points that I just wanted to make sure to mention. One, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for starting us off, because I needed to stop talking for a little bit. So it gave me a second to gather my voice again. But I've said time and time again, Acting Executive Director, you have gone and continue to go above and beyond. You know, it is really hard not to notice the amount of work and time that you're putting in to really wearing some really key hats here in this organization. So I just wanted to thank you again, because it's really evident in the work that that you're doing and the conversations that we have. You know, I'm lucky to have really regular conversations where we're checking in, we're talking through some things, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank you for agreeing to be in a position like this, where there are 4 different supervisors, essentially. So you have 4 people who we all have different perspectives at any given time. But luckily, when it comes to the organization as a whole, we all care about the work that's happening here and the agency continuing to mature and evolve, and the culture here as a whole as well, with staff as well. I think the one thing that I just had in my mind was just in terms of our communication structure. I realized that when you became our acting executive director, it was during a really, it was a pivotal time because it was a transitional period, and still is to some extent. I'm really happy to hear about the recent hirings of our CFAO and our budget director. And those are really key positions for the Cannabis Control Commission at any time, but especially right now. But I know that and I'll speak for myself, I want to be a resource in terms of how to navigate the communications with the commission as a whole, because I think that my fellow commissioners might benefit a little bit from having more of the one-on-one interactions and engagement. But I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity as a collective to have this conversation, as awkward as it may be, because we are bound by open meeting law. We cannot have sort of these conversations outside of the public-facing meeting. But I just wanted to make sure we're all together to talk to you, answer any questions you may have, get any insights that you might wish that we have as well. And I think that's it for now. Commissioner Camargo, did you have any questions, comments, or anything that you wanted to say at this point to our acting executive director?
Thank you. Well, I would say ditto. Obviously, Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek, thank you so much for taking this on. You and I had a check-in a few days ago, and you know, we had the conversation in terms of this being a huge responsibility, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you. And I think when Commissioner Stebbins said, you definitely working all kind of hours, you know, we appreciate that. And I continue to tell all of us, we got to make sure we're taking care of ourselves, but we appreciate the commitment. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. So I'll wait for other stuff.
Okay. Acting Executive Director, did you have any comments that you wish to make?
Okay, so I really appreciate all of you. And I also appreciate the opportunity to work with you. Love you to death. And I'm so glad we're doing this, honestly, because this really it's part of my development as well as my education around open meeting law. Because one of the biggest challenges that I see is the communication sitting in this seat as the AED is the communication, I would say, I'm not going to say between the ED, but among the ED and commissioners. And so it would be helpful to, you know, have a conversation around, I even mentioned at one point that, you know what, I'm going to write an SOP about communicating between maintaining or developing relationship and communication between the ED and the commissioners and ED and staff and, you know, and commissioners and staff, because I think that's one of the biggest challenges that this agency has in terms of communication. And I'm only saying that because of, you know, my experience as the AED and working. And again, I love all of you. Honestly, I do. You are great minds, and you know, you bring a lot to the commission, and so many employees speak so very highly of each of you. However, I think in terms of the communication, the most difficult part of all of this, you know, when you think about global communication across agency and among different groups, with the commissioners, the most difficult part for me is having to manage the different perspectives. And I don't think there's a lot of thought that has gone into individual perspectives and interests of the commissioners don't often align. They're not always the same. And so having to manage that is a difficult place for the ED to be. So that's one of the areas where we could probably, you know, focus. How do I in the AD role take in information from both of you, different perspectives from all of you, and turn that around and communicate back to all of you, whether individually or, you know, in couples, because of open meeting law. And I don't know how long we've had these open meeting laws. I don't know if it's a time for us to kind of look at it again to see if it's effective, but not having the groupthink as an executive director, or in my case, the AED, not having that groupthink is a huge value that's missing from the communication process. So, you know, I am so glad that we're doing this again, because, and then the other side of that coin is the roles and responsibilities. You know, making sure those roles and responsibilities are clear, those delegations are clear. You know, what is the ED responsible for? What would commissioners like for the ED to communicate to them before they make decisions around internal operations? So, and then going back to open meeting law, do we have a discussion as a group on internal issues? Is that allowed or not allowed? That groupthink and coming to a decision, you know, is really, really important for me. But again, it's very hard to corral all of that when there are several different perspectives and then having to make a decision around all those perspectives. So, I'm very open to this, and I invite, any follow-up comments on what I have to, on my comments, and hopefully, we can have a like a clear path in terms of communication, in terms of assignments, responsibilities. I think that would be very helpful. So again, I really do appreciate this.
Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Debbie. You've walked right into the proverbial minefield that we all have to navigate around. The open meeting law obviously is the state statute by which we all have to abide by. It'd be great if we had ownership of it and we could change it. And it probably would make everything less clunky, but at the same time, I personally truly value and appreciate how it lends itself to transparency in all the decisions that we make. I think there's a couple of just initial thoughts or feedback that I have, and again, I appreciate you vocalizing, the burdens and the hurdles of operating as the acting executive director. First of all, is to understand, and I think you have a good understanding of who the four of us are. Our backgrounds, the kind of seat that we sit in, and hopefully what that expertise is that we bring to the work. So, if I was making a suggestion that if it's around criminal justice or public health, it's Commissioner Concepcion or Commissioner Roy, great starting points to kind of think through a topic or an issue. And again, certainly implore you to reach out. I don't know if Christina's still with us, but I want to get her thoughts or input on a suggestion I might have. I don't know if our GC is still on the line.
Yeah,
there she is. Hey, Christina.
Hey, Commissioner.
It's my understanding that the executive director can come to each of us and discuss something, obviously administrative related perhaps, however, not be in the position of saying, well, interjecting herself into the serial communications, right? She can't share with us what another commissioner might be thinking, or share with a commissioner what another commissioner might be thinking because of her conversation. So I believe that's the case. And the other thing, Debbie, to your point, is in this intervening period, don't hesitate to say, I need to have group think about this, and we may have to do it in public. That might be the clunkiest but most transparent way to do it. But again, Christina, I think I'm right in terms of the ability of the executive director to have conversations with each of us. Just can't be that source of the serial communication that would violate the open meeting law.
I think you're right too, but Christina, please provide your input, please.
Yes, you're correct. So, I mean, the whole purpose, and again, I'm happy if any commissioners or employees have any questions regarding the open meeting law. My office, virtual or not, is always open. I'm happy to discuss it with folks. And I know that the Attorney General's office also has a great training and materials regarding the open meeting law, which obviously has been evolving a lot since we're now permitted to have virtual public meetings. But yes, so the open meeting law discourages serial communications between commissioners. However, employees or the executive director or other individuals at the commission can inform commissioners about certain matters at the commission. Obviously, we try to do so in a way that does not encourage commissioners to inadvertently deliberate or inadvertently share details with other commissioners in a way that it could be considered as serial communication. It's one of those nuances of the open meeting law that is very difficult, especially when you have full-time commissioners who have to perform their job duties. But I agree that it's really important to communicate and to share things with the commissioners. And again, happy to discuss that in detail with any of you.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any additional comments?
No. Again,
Okay.
just trying to think through and be clear. Debbie, the frustration isn't lost on any of us, but at the same time, I think there are some avenues and outlets for you to continue to do your job, and at the same time, again, I would just offer to you that if there's something that you feel needs that groupthink, it can be helpful to do it in a public meeting if it has to.
And the other thing I'll add to that, so I didn't want to jump in front of you, Commissioner Stebbins, in case you hadn't concluded, is that we can still have those 2-on-2 conversations. There can still be two commissioners within a conversation, but my understanding is the same as Commissioner Stebbins in terms of not having, not repeating the commissioner comments, perspectives, whatever, amongst the commission. Otherwise, you're still able to inform us all about any updates or any significant changes or anything that might be happening.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina or GC, for that as well. I think, Acting Executive Director Debbie, we thank you again, and we appreciate you for taking this on. And like I said, and I'll keep saying it, it's a lot. And when you came in as a CPO, I wasn't part of the hiring process, but everybody spoke very highly of you. And everybody was really excited for you to come in as a CPO and help us to look at the culture of the CCC. I think that's something that we've been truly transparent about and thinking about. How do we move the agency forward? How does it grow? It's new times that we're all leading in. And I don't think people really understand that. And you and I had a conversation, Debbie, there's so many different generations of the workforce as well at this agency, right? Which is beautiful to see. So there's a lot, it's complicated. And then on top of that, you're an acting executive director. I think, everything happens so quickly and the time has gone by so quickly. And I always like to take a pause and sort of reflect and think, I think for us, and I'm going to speak for myself, when we appointed you as the acting ED, we put 100% trust, and we still have trust in you. I think what we should have also been helpful to you is to possibly set up a 2-commissioner sort of committee to help you walk through as an acting executive director. That's just my own personal organizational development in terms of how we're moving here, because you've identified one of the biggest challenges for this job, and one of the biggest challenging for anyone who's out there who wants to apply to be the executive director of this place is that you have 5 bosses with different perspectives who sit in different seats. And you have to be the sort of that traffic cop and that, communicator. And I've said this, sometimes it's better to over communicate with us as commissioners than for us to sort of just, see or hear things. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges. So, part of me is and I would want to ask you, acting executive director, would it be helpful, because when we look at the timeline for the next executive director to come in, it's still a few months before we get that, that rolling. So I guess my question is, and I know the chair has she stated she has frequent meetings with you and sort of check-ins. But would it be helpful for you, for two of us to meet with you on a regular basis, whether once a week or bi-weekly, to sort of just almost like bounce ideas, but also like ask us questions? I mean, I found an email that I thought would be helpful to you, and I sent it and I said, I wonder if Debbie has this. I wonder if Debbie's seen this, right? So Commissioner Royce said this a lot in the beginning, right? This is, we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know where things are at. And right now the commission is in transition, so that, that sort of, what do you call it? Kind of like the internal or historical knowledge of things and how things happen here and where everything is at. Only some of us have it, you know. Some of us have been here 3 years now. Some of us have been here 2 years. Some of us have been here 5 and 6 years. And I think that we need to provide you that support to be able to make sure that you have what you need, because I think sometimes we all get so busy, and then we don't reach out to each other. And then we realize that there's this document, or there's a sort of this unwritten rule of this and that. So I kind of want to get your thoughts on that, because we still have a long road ahead of us before the executive director comes to this agency.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So I'm open to any process, or, you know, any change that is going to improve upon any kind of situation or activity or, you know, event that we might be considering or that we might be experiencing. I think it's always, and again, you know, I'm going to go back to the groupthink, right? And understanding that open meeting law does not allow us to get together as a full team unless we do it in public, which I'm totally okay with that as well. If we have to go to a public meeting to talk about the culture shift that we need to work on, and that we need to improve, we can go to a public meeting and talk about that. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. If we need to go to a public meeting to talk about the changes that need to occur in the organization so that we can move the organization forward, I'm totally comfortable with doing that as well. I'm comfortable with meeting with, you know, 2 commissioners at a time, one-on-one. I'm comfortable doing that as well. So I really have no problem with that. And I think it's also important for us to talk about, you know, I may be a temporary or interim acting executive ED, but I have a vision for the agency as well. I have a vision for, you know, where the agency needs to go, how do we get there, and how we can all contribute to that process. And when do we start that conversation, and when do we dig in and take a look at everything that that we have before us internally and externally, and how do we look at those 2 pieces of the pie and figure out, you know, how do we get in between those 2? Because, you know, there is work to be done internally in terms of our operations and our processes and our systems. How do we update those? I mean, some of our systems internally are so antiquated that we need to change that. And sometimes it's not so much trying to make long-term changes, but it's more about making short-term changes that will support the efforts of long-term change. So that's kind of, you know, that's where I am also, in that, you know, having that vision and not being able to contribute anything towards, you know, making sure that that vision is seen and heard, and, you know, and contemplated and considered. And, you know, I'm not necessarily saying, you know, whatever vision I might have for the agency should be set aside, because I don't think you as commissioners, I don't think you would ever do anything like that. But it's just a reality within the agency right now. And, and having those conversations, I'm absolutely 100% on board with having them in a public meeting.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Debbie, for that. And I think that, we have public meetings once a month right now, whether we go to 2, depending on the workload or whatnot. But right now we have it once a month. And I think sometimes it's too late, once a month to be having sort of, the conversations. I think the other part of it too, where we're at right now as an agency, there's a lot going on. And I think everybody can sort of admit to that. And there's a lot to do. And I think, Debbie, you said it yourself, right? There's some changes that need to happen because we're in a mature agency and we're maturing. But I think that, the acting executive director, role right now, I think how we envisioned it was really, for you to help us sort of move the ship forward, focus on the day-to-day, the operations of things that need to happen and need to be approved. And, your CPO role, which is a huge role. That's a huge role that also is part of the DNA of the culture shift, right? But we don't have an executive director right now. Well, we have an acting executive director, but not a permanent executive director. So I think that I empathize with you. There's so much that's challenging about this job right now, and where we're at as an agency. So I hear you. My recommendation is that we do set something up because, and I couldn't think of the word earlier, Debbie, but it's institutional knowledge. I had to write it down. It came to me, but there's so much institutional knowledge that I don't think we've been able to share with you that I think could be helpful to you in both of your roles right now. So I recommend that we try to figure something out in terms of supporting you and not just waiting for a public meeting to have the conversation. And the one-on-ones right now, because you're an acting ED, I think it's hard because we are giving you different perspectives and you're the acting ED. And right now, I love that you have a vision for this agency. I appreciate that. You have a lot of experience, which is why you're our CPO. And you've done stuff throughout your career, right? So I want to hear about that vision. But I think right now we have to pause a little bit to really hit our priority, which is identifying the process for the ED process, which we've been talking about, and starting to get that job description done, which I know you're working on, and getting those interviews in and sort of moving forward, because we know that it's going to be a tough recruitment in terms of getting an ED here, and that person will have a lot of challenges. But that would be my recommendation right now. I think Commissioner Stebbins said it early in terms of our priorities, but I think you said it as well. Is what would be helpful for you, I think, is that we give you now 90 days in, we give you some direction so that we're focused. And I think right now you're holding so many hats that you have a lot of responsibility. And I think that if we can help you to sort of streamline some of that responsibility, I think it'll be helpful for you, for us, and the agency moving forward. And which is why I asked you the question earlier today when we talk about restructuring. That made me nervous, and if we need it, we'll figure it out. But I didn't understand what that meant, so I wanted to make sure that we understand what that means as a commission, coming from you. So those are sort of my thoughts. I don't know if anybody has comments or thoughts around it, but those are my quick thoughts.
Commissioner Camargo, I'm writing notes down because I want to make sure, and because this is our one opportunity to talk together as a group. I know Commissioner Roy can't be present right now, but everything will be available to her as well. You're suggesting, or you're recommending a 2-commissioner check-in. Walk us through what you're thinking about.
I mean, it's just an idea. We can all work through it, but again, Debbie said if it's helpful, but two commissioners to sort of be a support committee or, I don't know what you want to call it, to the acting executive director to meet on a regular, I would say a weekly basis, to just know what's on the agenda, what are we working on? I mean, we had a chief of staff role that was posted internally, and that wasn't communicated to us as commissioners. At least to me, it wasn't. I saw it when the email came out. So just knowing those things ahead of time to support, to understand why that role, why it's going out, why now, why are we posting it, things like that, I think would be helpful to help the acting executive director navigate the internal and the external, because it goes hand in hand. So I would say a two commissioner committee to meet with the acting executive director and CPO to sort of just, again, check in to know what's happening and how do we support with institutional knowledge, so that we can also be prepared to support.
Debbie, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm okay with meeting with two commissioners at a time. I'm totally okay with that. Again, I'm gonna go back to my comment about change and facilitating change. Sometimes it's necessary to make short-term change to effectuate long-term change. And I guess if we wanted to start somewhere, that's exactly where I would love to start the discussion with commissioners. What do we need now to support the long-term changes that we know are coming? From my experience, bringing in an ED into an organization means that you have a healthy organization. It means that not only healthy in terms of our employees, but also healthy in terms of financially. And there are other organizational health that needs to be in place before we bring in an ED. So I would love to have that conversation, with all of you at some point, because it's really, really important for us to bring, and I'm just going to comment on the engagement activities that we've been having with the staff. And it's just, as I said earlier today, it was phenomenal. Hearing about all the characteristics, the skills, hard and soft skills, and the attributes of an ED, hearing the staff provide that input was so encouraging to me. It was very encouraging to me because they know what they want in an ED. And I think, knowing that and having a vision for what, the agency, should look like, and bringing in an ED who may even share that vision or have another vision. But setting that foundation for that ED to be successful means that we need to make some short-term changes. So I'd be happy to, put a proposal together regarding short-term change versus long-term change, what we can do now to make sure that we're bringing in an ED, who we can support. And I put that question also to the staff, let's have some more sessions. Let's talk about how we can support the new ED coming in now that we know what we're looking for. So I think it goes, it goes beyond the AED role, as you've all said, but the CPO side of me, I have never lost sight of that. I've never lost sight of that. And the successful organizational development really comes through people. It comes through our people. So balancing those two things, absolutely, if you have input, I'm more than happy to listen and to hear it.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
I'm taking in everything because I think this is a learning opportunity for all of us. But I think the one thing is it's very clear to anyone who's paying attention that there's no individual in this commission. You know, the commission is a collective. There are, you know, 5 commissioners, the executive director, the chiefs, the director. There's so many people who are involved, and I feel really fortunate that staff are really comfortable, and I think this is across the board. I can speak for the entire commission in communicating with commissioners and reaching out. I think my one I think we've hit something right now where in terms of communication, improving the way that if it is 2 commissioners at a time, as long as we're all informed. But I think the caution is around any unilateral decisions, anything that does have more of a long-term impact, and not having those type of discussions prior to making a determination. So I'm listening because I'm learning as well, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to check and talk a lot. And I've been able to build with you and understand a lot of where you're coming from. But I do think it's important to still understand that open meeting is a pain, but I love it because it's very clear. And if we ever need to come back and see what was said, you can go back and see what was said. But it's also really evident that we work as a collective, and it's frustrating, but it also makes sure that there are multiple perspectives at the table at all times. So those are just some of the things that came to my head right now. But I'm taking in everything, and I'm sure that there'll be more things that land even after we conclude today. But Debbie, thank you for sharing some of your thoughts, and I'm thinking it through. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo, if there was anything else that you wanted to add to this agenda item.
If I can, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. And thank you, Debbie, and greatly appreciate your insight and greatly appreciate your thoughts, as well as your observations that you've shared with us over what the challenges are. And again, the challenges of this position are unique. You know, I think Commissioner Camargo raised a good suggestion about, you know, if there's a team of 2 of us that you want to, you know, have a regular check-in, not to suggest don't talk to the other 2, but yeah, a group of us, or 2 of us that can be a resource to you. And again, as I started off, I was looking at all of those things that are big priorities ahead of us, and you've knocked off a couple. You know, filling the role of a CFAO, filling our budget director role are huge. I'm excited by what you've told me of who these folks are. So getting them on board in a timely fashion, because of where we're going to quickly find ourselves with respect to our budget ask, right? Our budget advocacy, again, at a time where we know that the fiscal conditions of the Commonwealth are constrained. You know, that's a critical piece, you know, kicking off this search. And I'd like to hear, you know, at some point, it doesn't need to be now, some of those other things that you think are healthy in setting the playing field for our recruitment efforts. You know, as you saw today, working with the team to facilitate our deadlines on Chapter 180, and I keep coming back to, you know, some of those things that still haven't even started yet. The kickoff of the SEP cohort. So there is so much that's on our plate. I wanted to use this opportunity again to convey just one commissioner's perspective of what I think those priorities are and those things that we need immediate attention on at a time when we all are stretched so thin. And at the same time, remind you that in the org chart, yes, we are your bosses, but at the same time, we want to be that resource for you. And be helpful wherever you want to, you know, intersect with us and interject us into the work. But, you know, there's a lot on everybody's plate. I think Commissioner Camargo said that, and the chair has said that. You know, there's a lot on our plate. So we want to keep focused, work our way around, find a solution to operate efficiently within the open meeting law, but at the same time be as helpful as we can to you, helpful as we can to the entire team in this intervening period until a new executive director joins us. So appreciate that. But you know, certainly invite you to give some thought to the idea of a kind of a 2-commissioner team to work with. I still appreciate our regular check-ins and going through a number of, you know, what I'm doing, hearing what you're doing. That's all helpful. I think it's been good to have this conversation to, one, be open and candid about what challenges you've been having so that all of us know. And at the same time, you know, being mindful and hopefully setting all of our expectations as to the work that we have in front of us over the next few months while we go through this search process on top of everything else.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo?
I have some questions for Debbie on like another topic, the ED search topic, but I know that we're still on sort of the 2-commissioner conversation, so I don't want to jump.
Okay. I just, Madam Chair, if I may, I have a follow-up comment to what Commissioner Stebbins just said. I agree with everything that that's being said, and I, you know, sitting here, I'm feeling like this is part of this also is about accountability, and I totally understand that it's about accountability, and we all need to be accountable to someone, and you know that's very clear to me. And I should hope that as we look at accountability, that we are holding, you know, our staff accountable. We're holding each other accountable for, you know, for what we do. So this is also a part of the culture shift that needs to go on. So I totally understand. I totally get it. Accountability is really at the heart of our success. And again, you know, holding each other accountable rather, and being held accountable is critical and important to the success of the agency. So I just, you know, wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, if I can make a recommendation, and Debbie, I hear you. I agree 100%, for sure. And I know that people's schedules are completely packed. And you know, Debbie, you said it yourself, a short-term change. And I think right now the short-term change that we need, or at least my suggestion, is that you know you meet with 2 commissioners, you know, every other week, and maybe coming off of this public meeting, you meet with 2 of them. And I think having that conversation about exactly what we just had now in terms of the priorities, and you said it yourself, maybe thinking about what that short-term list could look like in terms of things that you're thinking about, but also we're accountable to our appointing authorities. And we hire and fire the executive director or replace the executive director. So when I think about my accountability to my appointing authorities, and I have 3 of them, it's to make sure that I'm doing what I need to do to move this agency forward. And the priority right now is making sure the agency continues to run and that we get the process going for the executive director. So, you know, I thank you for that accountability piece. because I'm thinking about myself as well in terms of my seat here. But that would be my recommendation, that maybe it's 2 commissioners, every other week to sort of help to provide institutional knowledge for you, stuff that we sometimes don't even have time to talk to you during our check-ins. Sometimes we have to run, or sometimes we have to reschedule, or there's so much on the plate that we're just saying hi. We're just checking in. We don't have that full time at times to be able to have those thorough conversations with you. So that would be my recommendation. And then I think those 2 commissioners can sort of come back, report back, and at least also be a little more in the know of what's happening internally from your perspective as well. So that would be my recommendation.
And Commissioner Camargo, you're saying in addition to the regular check-ins, to the one-on-ones, to also have, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's up to individuals, commissioners individually, right? So if we feel like we want to have just a one-on-one and talk to our executive director about things that we're working on or whatnot, then of course, I mean, we're going to do that. I think the 2 commissioner committee, I'll call it a committee, the 2 commissioner committee is to really provide our acting executive director with the support, the institutional knowledge, and the bi-weekly check-in from 2 commissioners to make sure that we're still all on the same page and on the same sort of on the same road to what we need to do right now for short-term purposes.
Okay, I was asking for clarity. So you're not saying replace the one-on-ones, you're saying create a committee, so a 2 commissioner committee.
Correct.
Okay. And
the one-on-ones are voluntarily, in terms of when folks are checking in with the ED. I'm saying don't replace the one-on-ones, basically.
Okay.
I mean, if that helps you.
That I think that helps. And Commissioner Camargo, what are your thoughts on serving on that committee?
I don't know what other folks have for thoughts themselves, so I can wait, okay. But I'm happy to. I mean, there's only 3 of us here now. So.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any thoughts?
I might, but I just saw our GC jump in.
GC Gasson, did you have any comments?
Sure.
Okay.
I guess I wanted to clarify what the goal was with regard to this. I mean, certainly, commissioners, again, we have the open meeting law, but commissioners can check in with the acting executive director or any other employee on any matter. I guess if this is a question of delegating authority to commissioners to conduct performance reviews, I would guess that you would just clarify that if that's the case, because I think that's where we're maybe getting confused a little bit on that. So that's just a thought that came into my mind.
Okay.
But obviously, it's up to you what you'd like to do.
Commissioner Camargo, I see your head, but can you respond and add some more context, please?
Yeah, absolutely not a performance review committee. I don't know if that gave you, if any of the conversation we're having gave you that sense, but absolutely not. It's, like I said, it's a support committee, a check-in committee, a taking temperature with the executive director, with the acting executive director, from a commissioner standpoint of view, but absolutely not a performance evaluation committee. I think that's something that we do separately when we're evaluating an executive director, and I don't think that's the case here. Does that make sense, GC?
Yes, it makes sense. I was just thinking about the context. I know that the conversation began with talk of a 90-day evaluation. So I just wanted to be clear. I wasn't sure if this was you're moving to delegate for a performance review, or if this is just a a move to have like 2 specific commissioners check in with the executive director. Obviously, no objection to that. I just wanted to be clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Commissioner
I have a
Camargo. Sorry, Debbie. Commissioner Camargo, and then we'll go back to you, Debbie.
Sure.
Yeah. No, it's okay, Debbie. I think that you brought it up, Christina, in terms of the performance evaluation, but that's a good point, right? So I think that maybe that's something that in a smaller committee with 2 commissioners, they can talk about it with the executive director, with the acting executive director. But again, this is our check-in with, we haven't had this publicly and all of us. So I think that this is really helpful, but I would say I would leave that for, if we go with this recommendation, I would leave that for that, because I think that's a bigger conversation and it needs to include, Debbie in it and the timeline moving forward. But thank you for bringing it
up. Debbie?
Okay, I think, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll withdraw my question because I think Commissioner Camargo's comment covered that. Thank you.
Okay.
And to be clear, it wasn't, I was following Commissioner Stabbins's, because I know that he mentioned that 90-day, performance checkup. So
yeah,
that's the only reason why I mentioned it. Is just I just wanted to be clear what the if there is going to be a motion to delegate something to commissioners, I just wanted to be clear what that was.
Thank you, Christina, and I'm glad you asked, because I think it's important for us to all leave with the same message and to make sure we're all really clear. Commissioner Stebbins.
No, just for, and I apologize if my introductory comments were suggesting some type of formal review. Again, I was trying to come up with a solution that we didn't agree to any type of evaluation process for the acting ED, but at the same time felt helpful to us and helpful to her to just kind of have this very informal check-in. So that was the intention behind my comments to start. But only just a recommendation to throw out, and again, give the acting ED some time maybe to think about it over the weekend, or think about, are there, still appreciate the regular check-ins, and maybe give the acting ED the space to kind of think through, how she would find time in the schedule for these calls. But I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, and I think, Chair, you might be a part of this because of the role you're in, and maybe another commissioner to, again, kind of be that sounding board of that check-in with 2 commissioners to help her out.
So no, I agree. Commissioner Stebbins, are you, I keep rephrasing because I have to rephrase to make sure I'm hearing things accurately. Are you recommending that we sort of leave with Debbie having our acting executive director having the opportunity to sort of think through things before solidifying what that might look like in terms of who is having these conversations? I just wanted to clarify sort of what was the direction that you were providing.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've talked about a number of things, and just to maybe try to wrap this up, first of all, I think I think Debbie, you've been very clear on the challenges of communication with 4 full-time bosses and working within the open meeting law. And again, helping us help you, help the rest of the team kind of tackle the work that we have ahead of us in the next few months. I still value my kind of one-on-one check-ins with you. I think, to Commissioner Camargo's point, don't want those to stop. But at the same time, open it up to you, Debbie, to think, are there 2 commissioners who I want to kind of have a regular meaty check-in with to talk about, some of the things on your plate, some of the other issues that commissioners can impart with you, and how one that can fit into currently your busy schedule, as we're all keeping, but think through that value for you, and if that's something you want to proceed with, and then, you might want to decide, I'd love to have the chair's input, love to have Commissioner Blank's input, and I'm going to carve out time on my schedule to kind of have that check-in with those two. But I hope we've at least through this conversation, allowed us to give some feedback to you on the work that you've done to this point. I think it's allowed each commissioner to kind of weigh in and say, these are what I think the priorities are, and we always have to juggle those. Help you understand how to get over some of the communication hurdles. And I think that was a good conversation, and thank our GC for weighing in. But I think we've checked the box on some questions, and I think we're going to keep the regular check-ins one-on-one. And I think, Debbie, to you, if you want to work with a group of 2 commissioners for that more, I don't want to call it meaty, but that more that more thorough discussion of ideas and strategies and next steps and things like that, you need to figure out where you want to put that into your schedule, and then I think be helpful for you to have a sense of what commissioners you want to invite to be part of that.
I know I've had a lot of questions, and it's because I get a little bit I'm not completely clear, and this is not, it's just I need to sort of figure out sort of the end goal if we're saying there's a 2 commissioner meeting in addition to the one-on-ones. Regardless on if I'm in that 2 commissioner committee, I would want all the information, all the media information as well. And if those 2 commissioners are not able to make definitive decisions, because they still can't, you still have to go through the entire commission. I'm not completely clear on the ultimate goal of that, in addition to the one. So I'm thinking out loud because I just want to be really honest with you all. I don't I'm missing something here. I'm missing what is the what is the value added from that dual conversation in addition to the one-on-ones.
Let me throw some out, because I think you raised a good point. And this might help everybody's schedule, right? If set aside the one-on-ones, I think, to the point, Chair, that you raised, which is a good one, about wanting to be part of the conversations. If we consolidate schedules and times in Debbie's calendar, that she's having that time where she might have been checking in with one commissioner, she's now checking in with us in groups of 2. But again, it's Debbie's opportunity to ask us questions. It's our opportunity to ask her questions. I think we're all pretty clear on, how the acting ED needs to operate in those conversations, so that she's not the focal point of a serial communication, especially on big topics as they might come up. But I trust in Debbie that if having conversations with 2 of us at a time, she understands, she builds an understanding of where there's agreement, where there might be a broader group think, as she refers to it. And I love that term, then it's something that might have to come back before the full commission. But I think that might give her the opportunity to get a better sense from us in groups of 2, kind of a direction for her if she's looking for it or if she's getting feedback. So, I think, shifting away from the opportunity, and obviously I'm interested in Debbie's thoughts on this, but meeting with 2 commissioners at a time, every other week or whatever the schedule is, and just say, these are the things I'm working on. This is what the team is working on. Calls might be a simple update. Calls might be, I'm thinking about suggesting this is part of the approach Debbie's mentioned, of some small changes which lay the groundwork for bigger changes. And we can have that conversation, give her feedback, take up potentially less time than having to go off and then also have those one-on-ones on our calendar. But I think, Chair, to your point, it's a more direct route and everybody's hearing the information the same way. Just throw that out there. But
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I'm okay with that as well. I think that's helpful. At the end of the day here, it's to support Debbie in this role, and for us to be engaged with the acting executive director at a different level right now with sort of the short-term changes that we need to do. So I like that. I think that makes sense. And I think we can choose on our own, what two commissioners sit in together or depending on our schedules, but that makes sense. Again, there's a lot of institutional knowledge. Debbie, you're doing a great job. Again, we thank you for taking this on. It's a lot of work. And I think, we need to continue to support you in this process. And I think that could be helpful.
Debbie, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things that I'm hearing. I totally understand the support part because that's really important for commissioners to support the ED and also for the ED to support commissioners. I think, though, what I'm also hearing in terms of the accountability piece of this is that if decisions are to be made internally, and we're talking about significant decisions here, we're not talking about decisions that may impact employee privacy or anything like that. We're talking about organizational decisions that are made internally. I think I would prefer, and as I had mentioned before, that those decisions, if those are decisions that I have to recommend and decisions that I cannot make, and decisions that have to be communicated to commissioners, that we bring them to the public meeting. And if I have if I'm thinking that I'm going to be making, or not just me, and this is really a great exercise for us to go through, because this is going to be important to the next ED and how that relationship between the ED and the commissioners, will play out. So if there's significant decisions to be made, if the ED cannot make those decisions, then that needs to go on the PM agenda, the public meeting agenda, so that commissioners can have a discussion about, is this the course of action we need to take? Is this the direction in which we need to move in terms of changes within the agency, and vote on it? Because I think that will take a great deal of burden off of the ED having to make those decisions and having 4 or 5 people who don't agree with it. So that's why I had brought up, the challenges of open meeting law, because I think if it's about accountability, then that's the way we need to go. I totally am okay with meeting with 2 commissioners at a time. I'm totally okay with that. And again, those meetings, I don't know, are we going to be able to debate any issues, talk about any issues, provide perspectives on any issues when I meet with 2 commissioners at the same time? Is that going to be acceptable? So, working through those nuances for me would also be important. But I think, again, I can't thank you enough for putting me through this, and for us to go through this, because this is really, I mean, it probably would come up again, having a new when the new ED come on board. So we got to figure it out. We got to work it out. And this is one of the areas of change that's so critical to our agency as well. So I'm happy we're going through this, and I'm looking forward to the change that this is going to bring.
I'm walking away from this. I started off by talking about my own comments, And I think that that is still at the core of this. The core of this conversation is around communication and ensuring that we all are receiving information. When there are changes, decisions, so on and so forth, and that the commissioners are all on the same page as well in terms of the information that's received. And I'm still hearing that. So even in the conversation about having the two commissioners per conversation to ensure that the information is being conveyed, in the same, it still goes back to that, the retrieval and the informing of, issues, events, so on and so forth, and making sure that we're all receiving the same information. I'm still hearing that. So I'm fine having dual conversations by all means, but it just sounds like we're still trying to get to that same end goal. And I don't know. I'm not in opposition. I just don't know sort of the difference between that and then just the conversations that, as long as they're standing regular conversations. So I'm thinking out loud. Sure, yeah. Please, Acting Executive Director.
Madam Chair, if I may. So I hear what you're saying, and I do think the one-on-ones are important. So I would recommend that we have the two-offs instead of one-offs, the two-offs, the two people meeting, two commissioner meeting. How about we make that ad hoc so we can have that when it's needed? So for example, if I have an issue before me that I need to discuss and I want to run it by commissioners, having that opportunity to do that would be kind of like the groupthink opportunity, but then again, making sure that we are complying with open meeting law. I would appreciate that. So perhaps at some point, maybe Christina can give an opinion on that to make sure if we are going to move in that direction and we are going to have ad hoc meetings with two commissioners at a time, that we're doing it correctly. I
think that is a fine suggestion. But I want to clarify that that's always been the case here too. We have two-on-two conversations internally whenever there's a major, conversation, an item, regardless of if it's from the executive director or the chiefs or directors, that happens. But I think this conversation is more so along the lines of having a standing communication, and not just on information that you believe is, that commissioners decide, but also just around your overarching priorities in the work that's happening. And Commissioner Camargo, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to pull sort of how I'm taking, what I understood this to, with what the information conveyed during these conversations would be.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Okay, so we'll I want to wrap this because we're going on a little bit longer on this, unless there's something else that someone needs to feels like it's really imperative to say at this point. But it sounds like we will have these two-on-two conversations to go through, what are you working on? What are the priorities? And then offer our opinions. Commissioner Camargo?
I have a whole other kind of subject or question for this conversation, but.
Okay, so we'll put a bow on that, and then let's go into the next, the topic you have in mind. So Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess even before I get into the topic or the conversation, but Chair Concepcion, we're possibly adding a second meeting this month.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess he would be my sort of request, is that being mindful of the time and the energy that we've spent today in this conversation. The other thing that I wanted to, because we're we're talking in terms of with our acting executive director, I did want to talk a little bit more about the executive director search and the process, and the timing, and some, a little bit more of that. So I guess. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but just so you know, at that second meeting this month, there's also, that's one of the items for discussion is the ED search. If you still want to talk and have any comments now, by all means.
No, that's actually perfect. I think that's what I didn't want to take up too much time today, or because we obviously we have Debbie here, but no, that's great. I'm glad we're going to do that, and I think it's needed. So thank you. I'll disregard my subject.
All right. Madam Acting Executive Director, did you have any other comments, questions before we wrap this item and go into the last agenda item for the agenda?
No, I don't think so. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation.
I'll ask you after this, but I'll ask you while we're all present as well. Do you find this helpful? Is this sort of helpful to have the conversation with all commissioners together?
Very helpful, very illuminating.
Okay. So yeah. that is good to know. Thank you for being our acting ED, especially during this time, and our CPO. And I want to speak for us all. We appreciate all of your work, and it's not easy. And it's not easy to be in a role where you are the topic of conversation, but for the public, and with all of three of the four bosses, it's a lot. And thank you just for everything you do, because we know it's not easy, and I just want to recognize that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. The next I will be really brief on the next item. So I included this item. It's the bulletin on safe and sanitary requirements of marijuana, because I wanted to make sure it was highlighted. And I also wanted to give an opportunity if any of the commissioners have any questions. I know we have our acting chief of investigations and enforcement available as well, but it's really for members of the public to know. So we know that the commission releases bulletins on a continuous basis, and the purpose is to educate the public and to let licensees know what is to be expected, what we expect of them. The bulletin on safe and sanitary requirements of marijuana is meant as an educational and informational tool. So it's currently available to anyone on our website. We've posted it on our social media channels, and we've also made it available on Metric for people who are in the cannabis industry. So I wanted to highlight it because I mentioned earlier on in this meeting during my opening comments that worker safety is the focus. It's something that is my focus. I've noted it in our December conversation as well as in January. So in last month's conversation as well. The commission is really focused and committed to ensuring that both our licensees and the agents, people who are working within the establishments, are aware of the provisions in place to ensure that there is adequate worker safety, and making sure that people are aware of the opportunity to also outreach to the Cannabis Control Commission if there are any concerns or questions. So this bulletin also speaks to different jurisdictions as well. And it is a continued collaboration between the Cannabis Control Commission and our sister agencies, as well as the federal government. This includes the Department of Public Health and federal agencies such as OSHA. So I wanted to open the conversation up, highlight the bulletin itself, and see if there were any questions at this point that can be expanded on. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for raising this and drawing attention to it. It was interesting at the roundtables I participated in because we just had the bulletin issued about lab testing, really helping the industry and our stakeholders understand. I think you captured it perfectly. What a bulletin is. It is what our expectations of our licensees are under our regulations. Question of what did we do with the bulletin versus what did we do with guidance? And I had a great check-in the other day with our acting chief of investigations and enforcement. I said, this is my understanding of a bulletin, and she I think she gave me the thumbs up and I was right on target. But again, I think the message that we're sharing is this is our expectations of licensees. So follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And you are there. I've heard that too. Some confusion in terms of guidance versus bulletin, where guidance is really, it's a heavy suggestion, heavy. But our bulletin is a really a reassertion of the regulations and the rules that need to be followed, that must be followed by licensees. Director Kamala, was there anything that you wanted to add to this item?
Will said, no, not much has to be added there other than the fact that they still have some, for our licenses, reporting requirements related to reporting these incidents, related to, for example, if OSHA had to be in their establishment, for some investigation or something like that, they need to ensure that they notify the commission that we are aware of this. But collectively, we're all trying to work together to ensure that, there's an understanding related to processing of marijuana, that it shall be done in a safe and sanitary manner. And then also, for the public, or for the, to be aware of these facts, and then also for the licensees to also have a full understanding of what's required related to either their SOPs, related to sanitary conditions, and also the regulatory requirements that they're supposed to follow related to this.
Thank you. And I apologize. I think I referred to you as director and you are our acting chief. So my apologies for that. Commissioner Camargo, did you have any questions or comments? All right. This was short and sweet. So we can go to the next slide. I believe that commences our items for discussion. There's another meeting that has not been noticed yet. So we will have a second meeting in February. And again, I mentioned earlier today that there are a few things that will be covered. One is the model HCA and the corresponding guidance. Also, a conversation on the sale of non-marijuana products and licensed establishments, particularly around the sales of lottery tickets. That's another thing. And then the executive director search. We'll have a comprehensive conversation about what the search should entail, sort of those developments, and just a reminder that the ED search is a commission-led process. So it's really important for us as a collective to really get in the room together and really make sure that we're on the right track, because that's key. That's probably one of the major priorities we have here at the CCC for the next few months coming. At this point, I'll ask if there are any additional comments before we close out. We should be sending out and updating when our February meeting is in the near future, but just not today. We're solidifying that with everyone's calendar as I speak. So Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins, did you have anything that you wanted to add at this point?
Great meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to our staff, and thank you, Debbie, our Acting Executive Director and CPO. Appreciate you in the conversation we just had, so thank you.
Thank you to everyone as well. And again, so I didn't see the slide here, but there was there's no new business that was not anticipated at the time of posting. So I wanted to make a note of that, even though we did not see that slide. So the team, thank you so much. We did a lot of things sort of live. We did a lot of things live and we figured it out. Congratulations to all the licensees that were approved today. And I will now ask if there is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Happy Black History Month, everyone. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye.